All right, so now we're going to formally call this meeting to order for October 5th, 2016, formal City Council meeting. Would the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilman DeCiccio. Councilman Nowakowski. Councilwoman Pastor.
Here.
Councilwoman Stark.
Here.
Councilman Valenzuela. Councilman Waring. Councilwoman Williams.
Here.
Vice Mayor Gallego. Mayor Stanton.
Here, we are lucky to have an interpreter. Judy Holmes with us today. Please introduce yourself for the audience.
Buenas tardes, me llamo Judy, soy intérprete de español. Si alguien necesita el equipo, por favor venga conmigo o con el personal de la ciudad. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda are citizen comments. Under our City Council rules, citizens have up to 3 minutes to address the City Council on any topic they would like. These are non-agendized items, so the City Council cannot respond in any substantive way, but can ask the city manager to look into any issues that's addressed. Our first speaker under citizen comments, Joe Roach. Mr. Roach, are you here? Please come forward. Come to the dais, and you have up to 3 minutes to address this council. I don't know what the security rules are on that. I don't mind, but I think security does. You should probably go around the back way. I apologize. Followed by William T. Smith, followed by Mr. Rusnick, John Rusnick, followed by Ms. Barker. Good to see you.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Name's Joe Roach from Houston, Texas. I was looking forward to seeing some of your coworkers, the other council folks, and I don't know where they're at.
Not all
yes.
the council members are here,
Okay.
just the smartest ones.
Oh, you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Don't tell the other ones when they get here.
High praise indeed.
Mayor, last time I was here, I think about 2 years ago, I was here because my flight canceled out at Sky Harbor, and I had nothing better to do. And you had asked me, sir, to give my regards to Mayor Parker. I did. She is no longer the mayor. She was term limited out, so she has a nice teaching job at Harvard these days.
Mayor Turner now.
Yes, Mayor Turner. Yes, fellow alum of mine. Sir, it's a very serious reason why I'm here today, because I missed my flight at the airport, not due to the TSA, but due to the Phoenix Police. An officer, T.J. Corey, approximately 8:50 p.m. Monday night, determined that a medical necessity I had could not fly. I did not have a prescription for it, which it's an OTC, over-the-counter item, not a prescription item, and he did not allow me to fly. And so, and I just want to put this in terms here. Sir, I come here on my leisure time if I have a few days off to get some sun. I spend discretionary income here, and a lot of it. And one of the things I saw at Sky Harbor, it says, like, America's friendliest airport. Well, it's not. And I would like to ask you, Mayor, is there a way, have you got a contact with the Phoenix Police here at present that I can file a complaint about that officer?
Yes, you may, but keep going.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate it. And you guys, and again, fantastic airport most of the time. Lucky this is a beautiful town to come visit. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roach. Mr. Honey, would you make sure that Mr. Roach has an opportunity to file a report so that way it can be looked into? Thank you very much. Next speaker is William T. Smith. Mr. Smith.
Mayor Stanton, members of the council, I'm presently on the Transportation Commission. And on the Transportation Commission, 3 times I have tried to bring up the issue of bicycle safety in the city of Phoenix. Phoenix is in the process of about to spend millions and millions of dollars on bicycle-related issues. But we can't talk about bicycle safety on the Transportation Commission because it's not funded. The subject matter is not funded by the bond issue. So I would take this time, encourage the city of Phoenix to explore the possibility of properly lighting bicycles for being ridden after dark. Because every time that I've looked into it, I've been told that the issue is covered by Arizona statutes. I know that Phoenix enacts lots of traffic laws. And as the founding member of the CPC 1 committee, and that stands for the City of Phoenix Citizens First, I encourage you to explore the possibility of requiring bicycles that run on the city streets after dusk to be equipped with flashing amber front lights and flashing rear lights and reflective license plates or safe or something, because 50% of the traffic fatalities in the city of Phoenix happen between dusk and 10 p.m. And so it is something that I think that as we encourage more and more bicycle riders, we need to address that safety issue. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and your service to the citizens of Phoenix on bicycle issues. Mr. Rusnick, John Rusnick, please come forward. Good to see you again.
My name is John Rusnick, 2930 East Turney. I want to talk about the driveway that was done 3 times, and 3 times it was wrong. We could get by with a gravel maybe, but there was I got information through the Information Act that they were supposed to have put a powder on there or something called gorilla snot to prevent the dust from coming up. They didn't do that, and I don't know why they didn't. On the other sheets that I got, the other people that done it had to put that gorilla snot in, but on my property next door to me, they didn't do that because they wanted to save him money or something. I don't know what it is. But anyhow, it was wrong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rusnick. Ms. Diane Barker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Diane Barker, District 7. And I want you all to celebrate the 100th time for Meet Me Downtown. It happened Monday. We actually had a couple people that earned this T-shirt that says 100 times. Now, I was looking for my trombone because I have 76 times, and by next year I expect to have my 100. And, you know, it's a great program. You're all invited. What do? No matter what the weather, nor if it's a holiday, we get out. We get out to downtown Phoenix. And you can walk and run from downtown at 515, which is Copper Blues, to Hans Park. There's music, there are free raffle tickets for Diamondbacks, Mercury, Suns. It's a great time. You get to know people, and you can earn for the times you've been there. And so we're experienced this month the domestic violence. Over half of the calls into the police department are domestic violence. It's something that people, through communication, starting out and respecting one another, we want to look at those ways rather than get to the escalated point that we have to use all the police power to have to go out and find people that may be dead. So let's, we're lit up purple all over the state capitol and downtown. On the 20th, everybody's going to be wearing purple. And finally, like to say we're experiencing getting some things done through the planning and zoning development on a draining issue, so we know, and that's with Mr. Rusnick. It's another issue that's propped up around the property, and we see where the city can network and get people out there to do the right thing. So we're finally wanting to solve the dust-proof problem. It should have never gotten escalated, in my belief, through these other forums. And the thing about it is can be a win-win situation. When the city doesn't have an ordinance for 3,000 square feet state law, then you have no authority. So let's get Let's get the county to solve this and get the city to agree to cut down on particulate pollution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barker. We set aside 15 minutes. Are we still within the zone? We have 3 more minutes? All right, how about Leonard Clark? Are you in the audience, or maybe outside? He may be outside. We have obviously a full house here today. Mr. Leonard Clark, are you here to provide testimony before the City Council on citizen comment? I can hear his distinctive voice. There he is. All right, please, Mr. Clark, good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Leonard Clark. Sorry about the delay. The fire department is doing the right thing by making sure there's not too many people up here, so had to take the stairs. Good exercise. First of all, I just wanted to ask you, I don't know the specific, I know it would be Arizona would be involved, but it would certainly probably affect our city, and that is the Arizona Department of Transportation is considering putting in a toll road. Now, I would think, and I might not be correct on it, but I believe some of it will at least go through the city of Phoenix. And I just want to right now register my opposition and ask you as my representatives, as a native citizen of Phoenix, Arizona, born right down the street at McDowell, Good Samaritan Hospital, to please tell Arizona Department of Transportation that is a terrible idea. We don't need toll roads in Arizona. This is not New York City. This is not New Jersey where Chris Christie can keep people on a bridge somewhere. This is still Arizona. Secondly, and not least importantly, I also want you to ask you, all of your friends, as you know, I grew up with my best friends from the Ukraine, that in Aleppo right now, many children are dying, and you're saying, well, Mr. Clark, this is the city of Phoenix, it has nothing to do with Aleppo, but I say that it has everything to do, that we're the 6th largest city. I know that you have connections, you meet with the president, you go back and forth, and some of you are flying back and forth on Air Force One. I also ask you to use your social media, any influential official that you know, to please do whatever we can. I know we're already trying, our Secretary of State, to stop the slaughter of children in Aleppo. I know we have our own problems in America and in Phoenix, but the slaughter has to stop, and I believe our voices are more powerful than tanks and bombs. I believe we can affect the butcher named Putin in Russia, and I ask that you please get on your social media, talk to your Russian friends, have them talk to their friends in Russia. We are a small world. We are being viewed online right now, and we can do something in the city of Phoenix, the 6th largest city. Our children, whatever, if you're out there listening, have your children write officials in Russia, all over the world, to please stop the slaughter that is going on right now against innocent children in Aleppo, Syria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Issue of toll roads in Phoenix will likely be a subcommittee item on Councilwoman Felder Williams' subcommittee at a future date. Okay, Mr. Paul Nelson, you'll have to go at the end of the meeting, so you'll still have a chance to address this council, but we set aside 15 minutes at the beginning of the meeting for citizen comment, but we do reserve time at the end as well. Okay, we'll move forward with our agenda. Would the city clerk please read the 24-hour paragraph?
The titles of the following ordinance and resolution numbers on the agenda were available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinances number G6213 through 6223, S42892 through 42920, and resolutions numbered 21482 through 21491.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is approval of minutes of previous meetings. Councilman Valenzuela, have you had a chance to review the formal meeting minutes from September 7th, 2016?
I have and move their approval.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Is there a motion on mayor's, boards, and commission recommendations?
Motion to approve mayor's, boards, and commission nominations.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. How about city council, board, and commission recommendations?
Motion to approve revised city council, boards, and commission nominations.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. My understanding is that there are citizens here to be sworn in to begin their service to the citizens of the city of Phoenix. So I'll come down to my right, your left, and have those citizens stand up and get sworn in, and then afterwards come behind the dais so that the council members can say thank you in advance for your service to the citizens of Phoenix. Please raise your right hand. I, state your name, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of, fill in the blank, according to the best of my ability, so help me God. You're official. Thanks for your service very much.
With the flag and all.
That can become a trend.
I'm a photographer too, man, on top of it also.
I think it's, we don't pay well, so.
All right, thanks again in advance for your service as citizens of Phoenix. That work is very, very important. Next on our agenda is liquor license applications. Vice Mayor, do we have a omnibus motion as it relates to liquor license applications?
Move approval of items 1 through 27.
We have a motion, we have a second. There are many cards on these items. All of them appear to be in favor of the motion. Any comments by members of the council? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Item 28 is an item that staff is recommending for disapproval. It's in Councilman Nowakowski's district in District 7. Councilman, how would you like to proceed?
Mayor, can we have a report from our officers?
Just a second here. I want to do a short staff report. I do not have a card from Phoenix PD, should I?
Yes, Mayor. The police officer representative is here. Mayor, members of the council, this request is for a new license for a convenience market doing business as Orion Food Market. Mart. This location was previously licensed for liquor sales and is currently operating with an interim permit. One letter protesting the issuance of this license has been received and is on file in the office of the city clerk. The letter is from a prior business owner who claims that after entering into a partnership agreement with the applicant for this business, the applicant failed to comply with the agreement and has taken the business away from him. Consideration may be given to the applicant's personal qualifications. In regards to the location, there's a presumption that the public convenience and the best interest of the community were established at the time the location was previously licensed. Staff recommends disapproval of this application based on a police department recommendation for disapproval.
Thank you very much. Is there a representative from the Phoenix Police Department to testify in this item? Please come forward and introduce yourself.
Came in.
The card came in. Officer Chad Williamson. Officer Williamson, good to see you.
Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm Officer Chad Williamson, the South Mountain Precinct. Thank you for your time to speak on this matter. Reference Orion Food Mart located at 4216 South Central Avenue in Phoenix, Arizona. The Phoenix Police Department has recommended a disapproval for item 28 for the following reasons. Active current license owned by Mr. Talkuder on December 22nd, 2014, appears to be hidden owner on June 30th, 2015, when he entered in a business agreement with Saeed Ali in the amount of $25,000 as half ownership. Additionally, Mr. Ali was to pay a weekly salary to Mr. Talkuder for the ownership. Mr. Talkuder stated that he did not receive any payments from Mr. Ali for his portion of the ownership and has hired a law firm to help with litigation. The license in question from Mr. Ali, question number 8, state liquor license application. He did not list Mr. Talkuder as 50% owner. And question number 10, the state liquor license application. Is there any outstanding debt in connection with this purchase of the business? And it was left blank. At this time, he has not received any payment for partial business ownership, and Mr. Ali has processed and allowed patrons to charge cigarettes, beer, and taxable merchandise of food stamps and EBT cards in this case. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Officer. Any questions for Officer Williamson? All right, thank you very much for your testimony. It's very important. I have one other card on this item. Seydour Halulder, please come forward. You have up to 2 minutes to address this council.
Council meeting is really appreciate give me a chance to speak to about for my opposition, because this store I take the agreement is 2013. This is my store, and I continuous business my store in the Arizona. I have another store is Dollar Plus Food Mart. I'm owner is that 6 years, and when I hired him last year. Actually, I hired him last year, like a 2000, like a March, then running my own central groceries. Then when I hired him, he agreed to say, give me a partnership. Then I can run the business, and you can run your own other one. Then I give you this is my market value, $50,000. Then if you agree, I can hire you, and you can get a partnership. Then he agreed and signed the documents. June 30, he want to pay me $25,000, 50% partnership, and we have agreement. He have to add my name in the LLC plus in the bank account. He never put it in my LLC plus bank account, and he never pay any pennies, any money. And then I continue, and 7 months or 9 months, he run the business. He never show me any business account, how much loss or profit and how much selling. Never he give me any accounts. Plus, 3 months ago, I put in a new camera in my store. Then I have my Dollar Plus Food Mart. I set up my system over there. Then I working there. Then I see his transaction, what he did. And sometimes he did debit card charge you, and he don't have a transaction in the original cash register.
So
like cash register $2, and he charged you $50 in the debit card.
Sir, we have, each speaker has 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes is up.
Okay.
So a lot of detail there, and I appreciate it, but you have to are you supportive of the liquor license, or are you opposed to the liquor license?
Opposed, because I have already active license, and he is failed to pay any my agreement, and he constitution everything rules is violation. Then I like to disagree to the license this point, please.
You want to?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. In favor, not wishing to speak, in favor of the license, Mr. Randy Nations. The applicant is here. Your card is marked not wishing to speak. Syed Ali. In favor, not wishing to speak. Shah Anam. Mr. Nations, did you change your mind? I did. Okay, please. If you'd like to speak, you have 2 minutes now.
My name is Randy Nations. I own and operate a company known as Arizona Liquor Industry Consultants, and I'm here to represent the applicant in this case. After discussion, it appears that there's some difference of opinion as to the facts in this. I've suggested to the applicant that he withdraw his application, and we plan on doing that shortly. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. So you're going to withdraw the application?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilman Nowakowski?
So if they withdraw, there's no reason for us to approve
Mayor,
or
members,
disapprove?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Nowakowski, until the applicant actually finishes the withdrawal at the State Department of Liquor and they approve the withdrawal, it would not be recommended to not take action on this item today.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Any questions for Mr. Nations? All right. Councilman Nowakowski, how would you like to proceed?
Well, with the information that our staff gave us, that I believe that we have a motion to disapprove item 28 based on the police recommendation of disapproval of the concerns that there's possible hidden ownership or false information that was listed on the application, and also the possibility of the EBT food stamp card fraud being committed. So with that, I make a motion of disapproval.
The motion for disapproval, is there a second?
Second.
Are there any comments or questions by members of this council on Councilman Noakowski's motion? Roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Noakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so the motion for disapproval unanimously passes. We're going to move forward on our agenda. Next are ordinances, resolutions, new business, planning, and zoning, items 29 through 83. Vice Mayor, are you prepared with a omnibus motion on those items?
We are. Move approval of items 29 through 83, except the following items. Items 29E, 29M as in Mary, 29N as in Nancy, 29O, 29P, 29U, 32, 36, 37, 51, and 79 through 83, and excluding these items for public comment. 29M, 32, 35, 36, 77, 79, and 83.
All right, that's our omnibus motion. Is there a second? Second. Any questions on that motion? Any other items you want to pull out? Roll call. Wait, just a second. Councilman DeCiccio, you had a question? Just want to make sure, you want to make sure an item is pulled? (29E) is pulled. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Noakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark. Valenzuela.
Yes.
Waring. Williams. Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so the omnibus motion passes unanimously. Next item is 29E. 29E is on the payment ordinance, annual membership dues and assessments for Maricopa Association of Governments. Do we have a motion on that item?
So we'll have two motions on this item. The first is move approval of 29E, M as in Mary, P as in Paul, and U.
Okay, so the request is to move a series of items just listed. I think they're highlighting them right now. So we have a motion in favor of those items. Can we hold out on that one, 29M? 29M.
I move
So-
approval of 29E, 29P, and 29U.
Okay. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any comments? Councilman Waring, you have a comment, please.
So my comment is, I'm voting no on these items, but my comment is to 29E, the MAG annual membership dues. I vote against these every year. So that's since 2012 now. In light of our special meeting after this one, I feel basically that my concerns about how they might be spending our money and how they might be managing themselves are well-founded. So I'm going to vote no again this year. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments on members of the council? Roll call.
DeCiccio. No. Noakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so the item passes on a 7-2 vote of this council. 29M.
Move approval of 29M.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Leonard Clark, do you have a testimony on 29M?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Leonard Clark. I'm a citizen of Phoenix, and I do appreciate being able to speak up here. I am in opposition to Dominion, this corporation, getting $120,000 of our tax dollars. As you know, a large segment, or at least a significant segment, including myself, of our citizens in Phoenix and around the state of Arizona are afraid and are worried that our votes are not being counted, especially considering the lapses that have occurred with Maricopa County Elections Director Helen Purcell and Recorder Karen Osborne, and what has been going on at our Secretary of State. We found that our systems have been hacked. I do not believe at this time that this system is better than the hanging Chad system we had. Who would have thought of it? Forbes has just done, or a large business magazine just did a large expose. They're mentioning Dominion in it. Without the vote, without the security of our votes, we citizens really don't even feel we have a say in our government. And you can deny it, the press can deny it, But right now, including myself, there is a significant amount of our citizens in Phoenix who feel that our votes are not being counted, that the outcome is already there. So please, on Dominion voting systems, do not pay $120,000 of our tax dollars. And the system has clearly been shown to be hacked. The mainstream media may not be showing it, but the digital media, the social media is showing it. The people are not stupid. We need to know that our votes count, because right now, quite frankly, I do not trust any votes that are conducted in Maricopa County, especially when you're using a system that has been demonstrated, in my opinion, they can sue me, I have no money, take a number, that has no integrity. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Clark. So we have a motion in favor of 29M. We have a second. Any comments by this council? Councilman Waring.
I think the city clerk knows this. This is a no vote, but it's not directed at the city clerk's office. I just don't feel the city of Phoenix should be running its own elections. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark. Yes. Valenzuela.
Yes.
Waring.
No.
Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes. What was your number? 672?
1, I believe.
8-1? Okay, so 8-1, the motion passes. Next item is 29N, excuse me. Do we have a motion on 29N?
And I'm going to move 29N and O jointly. Move approval of 29N and 29O.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any cards in this item? Comments by members of this council?
Mayor, can we
Councilwoman.
separate those two?
Yes, we can. So we'll just do 29N first. We'll just assume the motion and the second are okay with separating them. So 29N is a motion and a second. Do you have comments on it, or just want to vote, separate vote?
A separate vote.
Okay, so 29N, roll call.
DeCiccio. No. Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Waring.
No.
Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so the 29N passes 7-2, 29O.
Move approval of 29O.
We have a motion, we have a second on 29O. Are there any cards on that item? Any questions or comments by members of this council? Roll call.
DeCiccio. No. Nowakowski. Yes. Pastor.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Waring.
No.
Williams.
No.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, that item passes on a 6-3 vote. Next item is item 32.
Move approval of item 32, commemoration of Indigenous Peoples' Day.
Okay, do we have a second on item 32?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Stevenson, our planning director, is here. I've asked him to maybe give a brief overview, or his professional staff, about what is being proposed as it relates to commemoration of Indigenous Peoples' Day. Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I have with me Michelle Dodds, Historic Preservation Officer, and Lorraine Montero, who is the city archaeologist. Item 32 is a request to authorize the city manager to approve the commemoration of Indigenous Peoples' Day by resolution to be celebrated annually the second Monday of October. And with that, I'll have Ms. Dodds explain a little bit more about the details of it.
Yes, Mayor and Council, back in May of this year, both Carlos Bravo and Jeffrey Malcoon submitted an application for review by the Heritage Commission to establish Indigenous Peoples' Day. And basically, it is a day to reflect on the contributions Indigenous people have made to the city of Phoenix. And with that, it went to the Heritage Commission, and they recommended approval. It went to the subcommittee where it was recommended for approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Nowakowski, you have a question or comment first?
Just some clarification. So there's no general funds being spent on this holiday? It's just a day that...
Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, that is correct. It is not a city holiday. It is just a commemoration of that day. There's no city-sponsored funds being used for an event at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have Carlos Bravo come speak first. Mr. Bravo was one of the leaders who brought this forward to the city and requested that we move forward with this item. Good to see you.
Yeah, Yeah, good afternoon, council members and community members. I'm here with Jeff Malkoon as well, and we did submit this item, 32. We would like to take a few minutes to speak to the resolution to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day in Phoenix. We would like to say that this resolution is meaningful and has an important purpose for the community of Phoenix. Sorry, we would like to it creates a day in the city to not only commemorate and celebrate the heritage and history of Indigenous communities in Arizona, but also to serve as a testament to the history that Native American communities were the first peoples in present-day Arizona and established the cultural presence that exists today. It sends a message that the community of Phoenix values Native American heritage and culture, and also raises awareness of the Native American communities that live in the Phoenix area. Phoenix is home to the third largest Native American population in this nation, estimated at 44,000 Native Americans living in the city. Arizona is home to 22 Native American tribes, all located throughout the state of Arizona in many important areas, and many having state historical landmarks, monuments, and natural preserves. This includes the Navajo Nation, Fort McDowell, Yavapai Nation, Gila River Indian Community, San Carlos Apache Tribe, and the Colorado River Indian Tribes, among many others.
Mr. Malkoon.
Thank you. The city of Phoenix is built on what was the Hohokam civilization, and in present day, the community of Phoenix uses the same vital irrigation system that was created by the Hohokam civilization to manage water resources. And I was raised up here in Central Phoenix by my loving father, Alex Malkoon, who is the chair of the Alhambra Village Planning Committee. And I remember as a kid running along the many miles of canals in Central Phoenix and playing in the irrigation, the front yards of our neighbors. And my father raised me with a great appreciation for the civilization the infrastructure that the Hohokam left behind that really allowed our city to be built, and specifically built where it is. And the Pueblo Grande and Mesa Grande sites right here serve as a reminder of the significant contributions of Native American cultures. The passage of this resolution in Phoenix will make us the largest city in the country, in the U.S., to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day. And, we just think that this is a significant statement for a city like Phoenix, being such a center point in the Southwest. It will also be the first municipality in Arizona to pass this resolution. But 25 cities across the country have passed resolutions comparable to this one already, so we're not alone. These cities include Minneapolis, Denver, San Antonio, and Seattle. And we anticipate that support from the City Council will encourage other large cities to join in this movement across the nation. So the city's Heritage Commission fully supported, as Michelle mentioned, this resolution. The Planning Subcommittee fully endorsed, unanimously voted for this resolution to pass forward. And over the past 2 years, Carlos and I have been working from the time that we built this resolution to meet with your various city council offices, along with various indigenous groups like the Phoenix Indian Center, which was established right here in Central Phoenix 75 years ago. And the ASU Indigenous Student Group, the ASU Department of Indian Studies, the Intertribal Council, and many others. This resolution has no cost because, frankly, it's priceless. It's an amazing thank you to the heritage of our city. And we encourage the City Council here today to vote yes on adopting this resolution and to make history in doing so.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your leadership.
Yeah, thank you.
Next speaker on this important item is Terrell Tunney. Terrell, are you here? Followed by Megan Tom, if you have testimony for this council.
Mayor, may I just congratulate those two that were up here?
Councilman DeCiccio, you may.
For those of you that worked on this, I mean, it just shows you how hard it is to get something to be made, either a resolution or law. And congratulations. I mean, I have a feeling it'll probably pass. Can't judge that. But all the hard work that you put into this thing, I know your father, if you have a little bit of his tenacity, you have a lot. So congratulations ahead of time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tunney?
Good afternoon, Mayor Stanton and City Council members. My name is Terrell Tooney. I'm from Cameron, Arizona. I'm Navajo, and I'm the Vice President of the Future Inspired Native American Leaders Youth Council based in Phoenix, Arizona. And the given recognition day on the second Monday of October represents a new beginning for our new urban Native youth generations. The day is raising awareness to Native American tribes and to set an example for the youth in tribes, showing the importance of culture, history, and different Native American organizations you can get involved in. Native American youth in urban communities, being aware of different opportunities that didn't know of, that they can get involved in, could get them further into higher education, to overcome what was expected of the U.S. government in the 1800s, not to learn labor and trade skills such as bricklaying and farming skills, but to give an opportunity to Native youth and put them in organizations where they can benefit in higher education. And that's what the Future Inspired Native American Leaders was to me. Being with other Native American youth that were similar to the ones I grew up with. They had high-minded ambitions and dreams towards higher education. It put me in a different mindset and changed me completely, not to go about life on social status or just getting by, but to achieve whatever's possible in the world, where nobody's different or special, to not feel disadvantages of a bright, ambitious future because of where my family came from or how they lived, but to focus on the future and supporting other Native Americans, to be educated on our history, learn about our culture, and to unite within organizations. This is what Indigenous Day means to me. I ask for your support in recognizing the Indigenous Day on the second Monday of October, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony and coming down here. Very much appreciated. Our next speaker will be Megan Tom, followed by Laura Medina.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yat esh e Megan Tom Minisha, Satnajin Nishlin, Dolna Kadine e Bashachin, Senjukin Dashache. My hometown is of Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm representing as an Arizona State University student. I'm studying English literature with a minor in public policy. But right now, as a student at Arizona State University, I want you to know what the largest public institution in Arizona with the largest student population has taught me. American Indian, First Nations, Native Hawaiian, Alaskan Native, Aboriginal, Indigena, Indigenous. Before the arrival of Columbus, the Akmel Atham and the Peepash people cared for this land that we currently stand on. It took me 21 years to figure that out. And how I found out was not through public Phoenix elementary school education, but within the ASU American Indian population. When a majority does not grow up understanding that 22 federally recognized tribes live in Arizona, there's a feeling of invisibility within the American Indian populations. When people say, "I thought your kind was extinct," that contributes to the feeling of invisibility. That, in the context of only Arizona State University, contributes to the statistics of dropout rates within American Indian populations. That, in the context of our Phoenix society, affects the allocations in healthcare, structures of Arizona laws, opinions of natural resources, and experiences of our police forces, and leaves our youth to wonder, are they worth recognizing? However, in this day and age, our American Indian youth do not want to be invisible anymore. They want to correct history. They want to protect our resources. They want to protect everyone. Indigenous Peoples Day for the City of Phoenix initiates the much-needed conversations within our schools, in our businesses, and in our society that teaches people about Indigenous perspectives, not just American Indians, but people from all backgrounds. With this day, I, as a citizen of Phoenix, will gain the confidence in my city's claim to inclusion. And to the Phoenix community the community of Phoenix, they will gain many ancient perspectives. I am just a vessel for all those who have came before me, and I hold it my responsibility to share the knowledge that my ancestors have granted me. And with that, I want to say that this is not the end-all solution to all the difficulties that are found within the modern-day American Indian experience. I will say this is a much-needed start, and I thank you for listening to my perspective, and I urge you to vote yes to Indigenous Peoples Day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tom. Excellent testimony. Ms. Medina, Laura Medina, followed by Juliana Begay Krupa.
Anin,
Lord Medina Indignicas Makwa Eoram. I first want to acknowledge that we are all occupying Akma Atham, Tohono Atham traditional territory. It is important to acknowledge the original people of this land, and that is something that Columbus Day has completely contradicted. The idea that Columbus, a man not only who raped and murdered the people of this land, but also did the slave trade of indigenous people, it's important that we acknowledge this history that is not taught in high school. It is not something that I've learned, such as Megan Tom. I myself am a student at Arizona State University. My minor is sociology and American Indian Studies, and I'm currently working on my master's in American Indian Studies with a focus on tribal leadership and governance. It is important we recognize what really leadership is. And Mayor Greg Stanton, I don't know if you remember me, but I did speak at MAG several times on this, and it's great that you have taken up this initiative, the whole Phoenix City. I live here, and I've been a part of this community. I grew up in Fort McDowell. Since February, a group of us called Indigenous Peoples Day Arizona have been planning an event. It's going to be happening on Monday from 1 to 9 p.m., and we encourage everyone to come out. It is going to be a day about decolonization, decolonizing not only our health and our well-being, but also decolonizing our mind. It is important that we recognize how far entrenched colonization has caused and the harm and the historical trauma that continues to this day. We will have speakers such as Dr. Kilsback, who's a professor in American Indian Studies. We will also have several amazing artists who are the frontline protectors, protecting all of our water and all of our land. These people have been challenging not only corporations, but politicians such as those that have been happening up in North Dakota. So I just encourage everyone to come out. It's a free event. We will have traditional food, amazing speakers, and amazing artists, and we're going to reclaim the day. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Medina. How about
Mayor,
Juliana? Oh, Councilman, please.
where's the event at? Ms. Medina, where's the event at?
Didn't know that was allowed.
Plug in the commercial.
Huh?
Plug in a commercial for the event.
He's giving you some free advertising time for the event, so take advantage of it. Where's the event?
Oh, the
Give us
event.
the event date and
Sorry.
time and location again, please.
It's at the Puente Human Rights Movement, also to build that bridge with our Chicano and Mexican communities, recognizing their roots, and it's going to be from 1 to 9 p.m. We also have my friend back here who has a bunch of flyers for anyone who's interested. We're also on Facebook, Instagram, and you could also find us at indigenous.ipdaz.com.
Thank you very much. Councilman? Any other commercials you'd like, Councilman Nowakowski? Okay. Just kidding. Juliana Begay Krupa, followed by Di Dawson.
Mayor and members of the council, yat she'e tchachini nishlin do tsitnajini bashashin, ashche dashache do ye dana tchachini dashanele, Jolana Begay Krupa Yanishia. That is my self-introduction in my native Navajo language. Doesn't it sound beautiful? Today I come before you as a program manager from the nonprofit Phoenix Indian Center. As mentioned before, the Phoenix Indian Center is the oldest Indian center in the country where we service urban American Indian people. I also come to you as a resident of the Phoenix area for over 15 years. I work at the Indian Center. I also work at ASU, and I teach Navajo language there. Phoenix Indian Center and all 22 federally recognized tribes in Arizona have not recognized Columbus Day. By adopting this resolution, the city of Phoenix recognizes and pledges solidarity with indigenous peoples about the years of persecution and forced assimilation. Today, I come before you and ask you to please support this resolution. Please help support our efforts to maintain who we are, to help revitalize and to perpetuate who we are as indigenous people. That's what I have to share with you today. Thank you for this time to speak. Ahiha.
Thank you very much. Di Dawson. And then Mr. Alex Malkoon.
name's Day Dawson. Really hoping that all of you decide to vote in favor of changing this recognition of Columbus Day to a recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day. The cultural wounds, as we've just heard from people that have lived in Arizona their whole lives, are deep, and this is true of First Nations culture across the United States. I was born in Santa Cruz, California, which is occupied Ohlone land. My family was displaced. The Muskoki Nation was the second displacement in the Trail of Tears. We were reduced from 21,000 people in 1832, when Andrew Jackson started the migration, to less than 1,500 left alive when we arrived in Oklahoma. My great-grandmother escaped the reservation pregnant with my grandmother in 1927. Had she not done that, the stories from our family would have likely been erased by the concentration camps that we call Indian schools and reservations. These are very real wounds. We have a long history of celebrating genocide in the guise of pretty little packages like Christopher Columbus discovering the Americas. This was not discovered. There were already people here. This was stolen. And so the recognition and the upliftment of Indigenous people is incredibly important. And Phoenix, being a capital city, being the largest city to hopefully adopt this, can help to set this standard for hopefully the rest of the United States, that we can stop putting flowers and bows on these ongoing genocides and recognize what has happened and uplift the people out of this outworn history and this outworn paradigm that doesn't serve anyone any longer. And I know you folks are going to do the right thing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dawson, very much for that powerful testimony. Mr. Alex Malkoon, followed by Kyle Blackhorse.
Mayor, Council, thank you for hearing this item today, and Sal, thanks for your kind comments. I'll be very brief because there's very little I can add to the eloquence that you've already heard here. My family emigrated to Arizona when it was a territory back around 1909. And our family always had a great appreciation for the indigenous populations here. And having grown up in Phoenix, going to Whittier Elementary on 16th and Palm Lane and North High School, I see one of my classmates, Barry Shanahan, here tonight, going to Phoenix College and Arizona State University. Back in the 60s and 70s, many of your classmates were from many of the different nations here in Arizona, whether it be Navajo, Hopi, Pima, Papago. They were our classmates. My parents used to take us down to the Heard Museum, and here's a name that we probably haven't heard in council chambers in a long time. We'd go and watch Aquanetta dance, many of the different tribal dances. And so there's always been an installation in our family history of an appreciation. And what we noticed in speaking with some of my old classmates from North High is that it was kind of enculturated in who we were here in Phoenix back then. But as the city grew, doubled, tripled population size, we kind of got away from an appreciation from our indigenous population. And so I think this motion today is very critical and kind of bringing us back to an appreciation of who our fellow citizens in Arizona are, that enabled us to kind of be who we are. And not to give props to my son, but in talking about the canal systems and in 1984 when I sat on the Parks and Recreation Bond Committee and we first gave the first $300,000 grant to Pueblo Grande Museum, those are the kinds of things that we need to continue to think about and do to bring us back around to appreciating this particular part of our culture and not get away from it. So thank you for hearing this tonight, and I urge your approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malkoon.
Mayor?
Councilman, please.
Alex, if you could as well. Just as a point, too, I do believe that we did get away from some of the teachings. I mean, for those of us that grew up here, I grew up here from a little kid as well. We were really taught about the indigenous population that was here, and then I think there was a lag in there. But as a point of comfort, at least, my children now, they're both 11. Hopefully, they'll be 12 real soon. And but they're learning about the Hohokams, they're learning about their traditions. It's fascinating to watch. I mean, stuff that I think that a lot of individuals lost in the schoolroom about, you know, it's part of our history, it's part of our culture, it's part of everything that we do. And, you know, as all the individuals have moved in here, you know, we kind of lose that. I'm glad to see that we're starting to get back into that again. So I just want to let you know, at least the young kids, they're starting to learn that.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Kyle Blackhorse.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for your time. As we are on the edge of something better for our people, this would be great for our elders. Phoenix is the 4th largest urban Native population, and it would be great with the youth to have a day in honor of them. And just please listen to each and one of your citizens of Phoenix. And once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kyle Blackhorse, for your testimony. Very much. Thank you for your leadership. Thomas Barr, did you provide testimony before this council? Okay, you're in favor of the item, not wishing to speak. In favor, not wishing to speak. Denise Malkoon, Jacqueline Russell, Lindsay Robinson, Stacy Champion, Camille Malkoon, Lisa Blackhorse, Shanice Bryant. Is anyone else in the audience wishing to provide testimony on this item? Please come forward. Just state your name for the record and then give a testimony. Up to 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Shanice Bryant, and I will be representing Native American Connections today on behalf of Didi Divanyazi. We just want to say that NAC supports Indigenous Peoples Day on behalf of our Native American residents and clients. There has been so much hate and discrimination in the media lately, so let's take this chance to make history and vote yes on Indigenous Peoples Day. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else wish to provide testimony on item number 32, a resolution in favor of the commemoration of Indigenous Peoples Day by the City of Phoenix? Ma'am, please come forward.
City Council members and Mayor Stanton, She'e Jacqueline Russell and She'e Techi Inshle Kia Ani Bashichin Torakoja Dashiche Do Bilagane Dashanele. I am here as a Phoenix resident for the past, I don't know how long, but I recently was appointed to the Arts and Culture Commission, and I'm also a museum professional locally here, as well as just an advocate for utilizing cultural knowledge as a tool to furthering understanding amongst both Native American community members and non-Native people. Indigenous Peoples Day really does serve as a bridge, as pointed out by the many talented and very articulate speakers who've presented before. And it really provides a base for us to work from. There's a lot of deconstruction that our society needs in the knowledge, and really lack of knowledge that is present and presented as part of our American education system. And so by being able to celebrate difference, celebrate the vibrancy and the resilience of American Indian people, of Indigenous people here in this country, in this community here locally in Phoenix, which has really been built on a lineage of generations that have contributed to the vibrancy that we all, as Phoenix residents, as people who live here in the greater Phoenix metropolitan area, get to benefit from. And that is really critical. And voting yes on this helps not just sustain and further, but really allows us and challenges us to rise to new levels of understanding in a greatly needed time within our history. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Okay, we have a motion in favor of the commemoration of Indigenous Peoples Day in the City of Phoenix. We have a second. Now I'll turn to members of the council for any comments that they may have. Councilman Marion, if you want to go first, go right ahead. Vice Mayor, go first.
Wonderful. I am glad that today the City of Phoenix looks to become the largest city in the country to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day. This is an important step to acknowledge the heritage of our city. Our tribal communities formed the original settlements in Phoenix, and one cannot consider the history, heritage, or roots of our city without acknowledging that those roots are firmly grounded in centuries of indigenous culture in the Salt River Valley. I don't want this commemoration to be seen as discounting the contributions of our tribal communities today. Tribal nations today are critical partners in the city of Phoenix as investors, neighbors, and of community of residents who are absolutely vital to Phoenix. I have the pleasure of representing one of the largest Native American populations in any council district, although not the largest. Our identity is inextricably linked to our tribal communities, and it is important that we recognize that. Today's commemoration is not a city holiday that will cost the city money. It is a commemoration that I expect us to take seriously, however. I have the pleasure of chairing the subcommittee that heard this item and was glad to put it on our agenda. We discussed many ways which we will commemorate this day, including highlighting great treasures in the city of Phoenix, like the Pueblo Grande Museum, which will have programming to mark the day. And we've heard from several other nonprofits and organizations that may do the same. I've actually been surprised with the diversity of organizations that have been interested in commemorating this day. Recently heard from Native American veterans that they would like to have an event in conjunction with the city to recognize the important contributions that Native American veterans have made to our community. We've also heard from our tourism community that so much of our economic development is related to great sites such as the Heard Museum, and that they too believe this day will be important from an economic perspective at the city of Phoenix. This is not a city-led initiative. I do want to recognize Carlos and Jeff for their leadership. We would not be here today without them. Wonderful testimony today from the students who have come forward to join us. We have some established commissioners, folks like Kyle Blackhorse, who are very engaged with our community and civic programs, and some folks who are visiting us for the first time. So I hope that you will all be back and help us make sure that this important day is something that we commemorate as appropriate. I look forward to voting for the item.
Thank you very much. Other council members? Councilman Waring, you had comments or questions?
Some questions for Alan. So I voted for this in subcommittee, and we asked some of these questions, but I just want to reiterate. First, does it do anything with Columbus Day?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, it does not replace Columbus Day. It's in addition to Columbus Day, which is recognized as a state and federal holiday on that same day.
And the city doesn't declare it Columbus Day. That's a federal role, I assume?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, that's correct.
Okay. So we're not deciding it's Columbus Day or not deciding. That's not our role. The question is, I guess, whether to take a day off, which we are not doing for Columbus Day currently, and we will not be doing for Indigenous Peoples Day.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, that's correct. It is not a day off for the city, and the federal government has decided the Columbus Day holiday.
I did not want people at home to think we're voting ourselves a day off or anything like that. So that is not happening. The city will not take a day off now. Does the city put, because we were discussing this earlier, because this has come up in conjunction with another holiday, which depending on the answer I may mention in a second, does the city put Columbus Day on its calendar, official calendar of events?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, it does show up on the city's official calendar because the city's calendar recognizes federal, state, and city holidays. So that's why it shows up on the city calendar.
So as an aside, and I think this is if I have to bring this up at a separate meeting, but I had a couple emails from actually a member of your staff wondering why Pearl Harbor Day was not on the city calendar. And I guess the answer must be it's not an official federal holiday. Is that?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, that is correct. It's not a federally recognized holiday, not a state holiday, and not a city holiday.
With respect to your employee and obviously veterans everywhere and so forth, perhaps there's a way we could change what we do, because obviously that's an important day too, and it is something that somebody had brought to me in the past, and I didn't have a ready answer, but I know the city manager had spoken to him. So I'm glad I finally got clarity on exactly how you get on the city calendar. So it's going to put Indigenous Peoples Day on the calendar, but it's not going to take off Columbus Day.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, that is correct.
Is the city going to host events? Does it host events now for Columbus Day?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, the city, to my knowledge, does not have any sponsored Columbus events. And I'd like to clarify, it won't be put on the city's official calendar because it's not a holiday. So it will be commemorated as part of this declaration, but the city's calendar only shows federal, state holidays and the city holiday, and that is not federal or state recognized.
And for that, the folks who want to recognize this day would have to go to Senator McCain and Flake and the Congress people, and they'd have to get their colleagues to vote. That's not the city doesn't do that. It doesn't declare, obviously, federal holidays.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, that is correct.
So we're not doing celebrations for Columbus Day. We're also not going to do any for Indigenous Peoples Day. I think to Councilman Nowakowski's point, we're not spending money on this.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, that is correct. The city does not have any sponsored events, but you heard from some of the speakers that there are others planning outside events.
Yep. And I think you told me we have no plans to get Columbus Day off the calendar, anything else.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, that is correct.
Okay. Really, Columbus wasn't mentioned at all at the subcommittee meeting. It's not mentioned at all in what we're voting on today, this three-pager. It's not mentioned in the actual item we're voting on or the description. The reason I mentioned Columbus Day is because subsequent to that, there was a newspaper article which laid out different points about this, but it focused a lot on Columbus Day. And I just want people to know if this was taking Columbus Day off or changing that in any way. First, that's not even something we could probably do. It would be on the city calendar anyway, it sounds like, because we put on federal holidays and it's a federal holiday. But two of the speakers, well, here, I'll say this. I appreciated Mr. Malkoon, the younger, I guess, Jeff Malkoon. You know, all the comments in the newspaper article were positive. All the comments by Councilwoman Gallego were positive about why we should do this, not going against something else that's out of our control regardless. But it sounds like there is a subtext from two of the speakers, the third to last and the second to last speakers talked a lot about issues about Columbus. But we're not voting on that. We're not sanctioning Columbus. We're not taking it off the calendar. I just want people to be clear. We're not voting for a day off. None of that. So really those comments, I just don't want reporters either to get confused. That's not what we're voting on. We're voting on sort of a thank you for past service and how important you are in the community. If I summed it up, those might be a couple of good words, which is rightfully so. That's what we're voting on today.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, the item before you is to commemorate the contributions of Indigenous persons in the history of the city. It's not a city holiday. We're not spending any city money. We're not getting any additional days off for it. It simply allows groups to plan events that they may wish to celebrate those contributions, similar to, I imagine, the Italian American Club on 12th Street has some type of celebration for Columbus Day.
Because it sounded like maybe in other places this had been controversial, but I don't know of any controversy here. Nobody's written about this one way or another. But I just want to make that clear. And I was afraid a couple of those comments, well-intentioned or what have you, they frankly don't accurately reflect what we're doing here today, period. So are we correct? We're only voting on positive Indigenous Peoples Day.
So, Mayor, Councilman Waring, the item, is to commemorate the contributions that Indigenous persons did. That exactly how people do that is going to be up to them individually. The city itself does not have any sponsored events to go anything more than what we've told you before, which is to have this approved, and then it's up to individuals. Some council members may choose to do events in the future. Somebody may partner with Pueblo Grande to do something in conjunction with that day, but there isn't anything that the city itself is spending money and sponsoring on this effort.
Thank you. And you'd have to rent a facility at the city to have a celebration just like everybody else does now.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, I believe that's correct, yes.
Thank you. With that clear, I'll support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Cicio, you want to go next, please?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the city recognizes so many different individuals, so many different groups. This is the first time we've recognized those that were here first and those that have contributed so much to our society. For those of us that grew up here Just part of our culture. I mean, it was ingrained in us when we were children, the contributions the Native Americans, those that were here first, the indigenous, gave. I mean, if you look at our water systems, if you look at our architecture, you look at many of the things around us today, you start to see the influence and the culture and the benefit that the Native Americans have had in our society. I'm going to be supporting this full-heartedly. I think it's great. I think it's about time. And Mayor and Councilwoman Gallego, I want to thank you. I don't know who else was involved in it up here, but thanks for bringing this forward. I think it's important for us to do that. But more importantly, it's important for us to remember, to acknowledge our history. It's okay to do that. I mean, it doesn't take away from another group or doesn't take away from anyone else. For those that work so hard on this, the Malcoons, those young kids, I don't even know how old you are, but you look like a lot younger than me, so that's always young.
Why? So what?
Well, actually, I'm probably one of the older up here. But the amount of work that had to go into this was astounding. You need to be very proud of yourself. The fact that we're going to be the fourth largest tribal member citizens in the country, fifth largest or sixth largest, depending on who you talk to, city in the country to acknowledge this. I think it's a very big accomplishment for all of you that have worked on this, especially those of you that were very young. See the former governor here too from the Gila River community. Congratulations. But it is something that I think it's a thing to celebrate. I don't see anything negative in this. I don't hope that it isn't. It's something that's positive going forward, and it's an acknowledgement of all the work that people have done in this community and before us, and that we still see the influence today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Other council members? Any other comments? Councilman Valenzuela, you have a comment?
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Sal DeCiccio. This is 100% positive. This is America at its best here. It doesn't take away from anything else, and frankly, this is American history, and I will be celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day for what it's worth. Personally, my family, my household, I think it's incredibly important, not just to remember, but to celebrate. The speakers that came up, incredibly eloquent, and yes, those who blessed us by speaking the native language, it was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And we need more of that. And so I'm absolutely supportive. I want to thank all the groups that continue to celebrate Indigenous people year-round. Some have been mentioned, Puente, in particular, but several other organizations. And again, that's a positive thing for our city and for our state and for our country. And I welcome it. I think it's long overdue. We're here now, and I, for one, will be supporting other events that the city of Phoenix can take part in and actually sponsor as we move forward. Again, that's another discussion, perhaps for another day, maybe in the very near future. But I'm excited about it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any other comments? Councilwoman Stark, please.
Mayor, I'm just impressed that millennials get a bad rap. And today, I think this really stemmed from some young men who really want to make a difference. And I really appreciate everything they've done. And, I'm proud to see millennials stepping up and doing right by our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Pastor.
So, as a fifth-generation Arizonan, and I can proudly say that, and completely understanding today we are embracing our history, because the Indigenous Peoples Day is embracing history and is embracing Arizona history, because they were here first, and they built the infrastructure for us to be here today. So, what it means to me is that this day is not only a celebration, but embracing history, but continuing traditions and continuing our language and carrying on our stories, even if it's maybe oral stories, but they're stories of our families and of our history. And so today, to me, is very powerful in the sense that we are recognizing it. Now, to others, it may be have to deal with money, or are we doing this, are we doing that? That's not really what it means. What it means is that we come together, we bring our resources together, and we celebrate who we are. So on Saturday, as an early outreach director at Phoenix College, I will be celebrating with you, along with all my Hoop of Learning students that are part of a program that recognize not only their culture, but also encourage them to get their educations. So I will be there on Saturday celebrating with you, and not only celebrating that day, but celebrating this day that we are commemorating. So thank you, Councilwoman Gallego, for bringing this to the forefront, and the mayor and those that support this.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Williams?
Thank you, Mayor. I just briefly, I wanted to applaud you. It takes courage to come speak to the council. I was very impressed with the great job you did, but I'm even more impressed with your leadership. You are Phoenix's future, and we welcome you to continue to participate, to bring needed amendments to what we do on a regular basis, because inclusive of all people is our goal as a council, and you are making that happen. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any other final comment? Councilman Nowakowski, please.
Mayor, this is a great opportunity to start educating, getting into the schools, going through the community centers, even our rec centers, and educating individuals on what our Native people have done for this great community of Phoenix, our great country, and the world. And I think it's an opportunity for you all to go out there and tell your story. And once you tell your story, it'll just start to spread, and people will feel proud. I happen to be Hispanic, Mexican. My mom's from Mexico. And I know how hard it is sometimes walking into a room and feeling like you're less than. But we shouldn't feel less than. We should feel proud of who we are. We should feel proud of walking in a room and sharing our customs, our traditions, our rituals. And the more that we talk about it and the more that we share, the more we bring people together. And I think that's what all of our past relations and our relatives wanted us to do. And it's just amazing when you sit down, you have that conversation, how people find that common ground, and we start to talk about what brings us together than what separates us. And I believe today what we're doing as a city of Phoenix, if this vote passes, which I believe it will, is bringing people together. Not just a Native community, but all people from all different walks of life. So congratulations and thank you once again for your leadership. And it just shows that the future, we have some great leaders coming up in the city of Phoenix, and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Nowakowski. And I'll just say I'm fully supportive of declaring Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Phoenix. I want to say thank you to Carlos and Jeffrey for your leadership and bringing in all the people that testified, particularly those young leaders. We want to make sure you get your phone numbers, because we're going to ask you to serve on many boards and commissions. Once you step up to the plate, we're going to reel you in. We need your leadership for many other issues on behalf of the city of Phoenix. There's been a lot of talk about, is there any money being spent, not money being spent? Maybe not this year, but we should do all we can to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day once it's declared a city. I can't wait to go to Indigenous Peoples events and celebrate that incredible history that we're so blessed to have here in the city of Phoenix, to do all we can to educate the broader community of the great history that we have here, and the debt of gratitude that we have to the people that were here decades and generations before us, centuries before us. I think that's an awesome thing for the city of Phoenix. And the more we can use our city facilities, including Pueblo Grande Museum, but other facilities, to send that message, that's going to be great. I would just want one note, really more for Milton. I think it looks like this is going to pass. It's great that we're going to be declaring Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Phoenix. It would probably be inconsistent if we celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day, but still have a public road in the city of Phoenix named Squaw Peak. And I think it's probably time that city management look at a way to begin the process that we change the name of Squaw Peak Drive in the city of Phoenix. Obviously, Squaw Peak is offensive to so many people, Native Americans included, but so many other people in the community. And it's a vestige of the former name of the mountain, now Piestewa Peak, that we still have that public drive, but it's a City of Phoenix road, and it is time that we make that change in the City of Phoenix to show respect for all populations, including especially our Native American population. So I would say I'm going to vote yes on this, and then request that staff come up with a way forward that we do eliminate the name Squaw Peak from any public roads within the City of Phoenix. And with that, roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, the item passes unanimously. Congratulations, great work. We very, very much appreciate it. Item 35, we have a motion on 35?
Move approval of item 35.
We have a motion, we have a second on item 35. Let's see. Terry Warren, did you want to provide testimony on item number 35? Please come forward. Is Terry Warren here? Come. You'll pass, okay. Leonard Clark, you're opposed to item 35. Did you provide testimony on this item? Mr. Clark? Brandon Jones, he is marked as he's outside, so Brandon is here. Please come forward if you still wish to provide testimony, followed by Corey Kennedy. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mayor, and also thank you for listening on the Squaw Peak Road, because I brought that up 2 years ago, and to some of my friends in the indigenous community, I strongly suggested you change it, and I'm glad you heard that. I'm here to oppose this. Again, I do appreciate the work that the bonding authority that we have set up. You know, they come to you and they ask for your permission, the industrial authority. Again, I know that you're conscientious, so I'm not trying to say that what you're doing you don't believe is truly right. We just have a matter of conscience, a difference of conscience on this. Again, a school board in Phoenix, you know, we have to go knock on, you know, thousands, if not tens of thousands of doors to get a bond passed, and I think that's the only right thing to do. We have to go to the citizens who elect our board members on these school boards to say, look, can you help us help our children? We're not just going to throw money away. I still think it's patently unfair. I think Arizona is a showcase model for how, you know, you can call them public schools, but they're still corporate, how corporate charter schools, and again, apologies to some of my friends that are sitting in the audience that are supporting this. You know, this is a model, Arizona has a model for how all the loopholes we have, how the law allows board members on these charter schools to appoint family members. They call themselves not-for-profit, but all you do, I go start ABC Charter Corporation, call it a public school, then I start up a separate management corporation because my charter corporate school is not-for-profit, but it's not a not-for-profit management corporation that I have. You have all these tricks, and I think that it's wrong. I think that our public school system is a great integrator of our society, just like the armed forces of the United States. Whether some of my friends like that on the left or the right, it is. Harry Truman used them to integrate. So when we have these corporate charter schools, you can talk all you about, you can say, well, we allow these children to come here, but a lot of times they are in gated communities. This might not be the case this time, but many families cannot afford to spend the money to send their children there. So it does not balance out. It's not fair. Again, just because the governor, you know, they have this giveaway to the developers for Prop 123, which now we're coming to see some people are having heartburn over. It's just wrong that they can come to you, 9 people, elected officials, we in the public schools, and we are public. We don't have a board of directors we go to. As a parent, if I want to complain, I go to my parentally, democratically, American, traditionally democratic elected school board, and I say, this is a problem with my school. If I want to complain at a charter school, well, the owner can get up here and tell you, well, they can come talk to me. But he's not elected by anybody. He doesn't have to listen to me. All they care about, sorry again, is a profit. Corporate charter schools are about profit. They have a corporate board. Public schools, our tradition in America, have democratically elected officials by the parents in that community. I don't think it's fair for them to come up to you, you know, a small amount of members, and then you say, well, and the bankers are going to make off on this. They can talk all they want. I go to these meetings. Again, thank you for the good work the Industrial Authority does, but bankers are making a lot of money. You know, and we've all heard about what's going on with Wells Fargo. They're a high banker in charge of these individual employees.
is going to probably get a golden parachute. He doesn't go to jail. So now we're making a lot of money for the bankers on these municipal tax-free bonds. So again, I thank you for your conscientious vote, because I know we've always disagreed on this. I highly respect you. I think that you really do have the best interest of Phoenix, and we disagree on a lot of things.
Final thought.
So I appreciate it. Thank you, and I'm strongly opposed to it. Be fair. Vote no. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Councilman DeCiccio.
Yeah, and Len, we don't always agree on a lot of things, but we may end up agreeing on this one of these next items. The City of Phoenix, talk about a golden parachute, is about to hand over and to approve $180,000 to an individual who's already been accused of fraud because he's at the high level. People at low levels, those guys always get in prison. These guys at the top, accused of fraud, under Attorney General investigation, this council is about to vote to approve to give that guy $180,000. Horrible. Talk about big banks, it happens here too.
Brandon Jones. We have cards from Corey Kennedy, marked in favor. Terry Warren, marked in favor. And Terry Warren? Okay, thank you. So this item is related to several schools, but one of them is in the district that I represent, District 8, the Legacy Traditional School in Levine, an expansion of that existing school. One thing Leonard Clark did mention that I agree with is that there is less public review in general for charter schools than public schools. And in this case, we did sit down and look at things that are very important to us on the City Council, like safe routes to school, making sure they could work with our City Streets Department, because we want to make sure as a new school comes in that students can be safe. And while the city does not have primary responsibility for education, we do run the Streets Department, and so there are some functions where we really do have to make sure we get that review, and this mechanism is a way for us to make sure we are getting safe routes to school. And so I'm glad that we were able to do this, and thanks staff for work on that item.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments from members of the council? Did we get all the cards?
We completed the cards.
Okay. So there's a motion, there's a second. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Nowakowski. Pastor. Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, the item passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item number 36. Item number 36 involves a development agreement associated with Block 23 in downtown Phoenix. Who is going to be here from our professional staff on this item, item 36? All right, Mr. Blue, will you shortly describe what is you and our Economic Development Director, Chris Mackey, recommending on 36?
Mayor, members of the council, on item 36, what staff is recommending is an amendment to an existing development agreement to support the development of a grocery store, residential and office development on a block as known as Block 23 as part of the original town site. It has been in city ownership since the late 1800s and has broadly brought no income in terms of real estate taxes to the community, and has currently been a parking lot for a number of decades. This development will have an opportunity to, on net, bring the city over $70 million of income and brings an amenity that has been a treasured asset for decades in the name of a grocery store. We believe there are a number of excellent benefits and financial return to the city that make this proposal a valid and good one, and we wholeheartedly recommend it as staff.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Mackey, did he get it right?
Yes, Mayor.
You got it right. All right, good.
Yes,
Just
sir.
making sure. All right, good. I'll turn now to the members of the council to see if there's a motion before we hear any cards on this item. Would anyone like to put a motion on the floor? Councilman Williams.
This came before the subcommittee, and we had a thorough explanation, and people are very excited not only to have this development, but primarily for that grocery store. I want to congratulate you on a lot of hard work, negotiations, and a successful conclusion. So I move approval.
I'll second that, Mayor.
There's a motion and a second. I'll turn now to the cards that are on the item and then turn to members of the council if they have any questions or comments on item 36. Mr. Leonard Clark, you are opposed to the item. You should come forward and provide testimony. And Ms. Rogers, you're also opposed to the item. Please come forward to provide any testimony you may have. There's a few others not wishing to speak. So if you wish to speak, please fill out a yellow card and get it to me. This is your opportunity to do so. Mr. Clark, 2 minutes.
Excuse me, Mayor, my name is Leonard Clark. I would like to correct the record. I put opposed on that. I meant in support.
I'll
I
change
was
it right
just
now.
rather rabid for the Industrial Board Authority vote, but I actually support it. I live in the suburbs of northern Phoenix, and I also sometimes work and see how my fellow citizens don't always get the same access. They live in these food islands, desert islands, where they can't get a lot of things. And yes, in this case, I understand my conservative friends will probably vote against it, but sometimes you've got to stick your neck out. You guys have already done a marvelous job. I am concerned about gentrification, okay, but because I had to pay $8 to park to come to do this. And again, thanks to my council member for validating sometimes, even though it doesn't make it up. But anyways, I'm for this. We need a store here. You know, I remember, because I've lived here all my life except in the Army, when I used to come down to the center of Phoenix, and it was just, there wasn't anything going on. You were, you know, it wasn't vibrant or anything. You all, again, although I disagree with you all the time, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. You have really done a good job. You're trying to develop this area, and I thank you, and I ask that you please vote. We need, a Fry's. We need a major shopping center store where people can get fresh produce. We need to stop, in a way, segregating our citizens from the same things that people get out in the suburbs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Ms. Rogers, you marked opposed to the item. Up to 2 minutes of testimony.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and all in attendance today. My name is Greta Rogers. I'm opposed to this, but I'd like to read, I'm going to have a handout for each of you, and I'd like to read from just 2 paragraphs. This is from the New York Times yesterday in the business section. Property loan scrutiny puts chill on local banks. Financing commercial property has been local banks' bread and butter business for years. But a post-crisis push for loan growth prompted regulatory warnings about lax lending standards, and small banks are now shying away from this market. A shakeout in commercial real estate is underway, and as some banks unwind or sell off the loans that are under regulators' microscopes, and bankers say they are wary of making new loans. A word to the wise of caution on this proposal. I'd like somebody to hand these, please, to the council members. And if I had known about this a few days ago, I would have brought these to your attention so you could read before this meeting. But these are worth reading. This isn't the first time the city of Phoenix has given away the store to bribe and entice a private enterprise to come to the city and give them tax relief for a long period of time. This for 50 years. It's unconscionable, and the citizens have no say in this whatsoever because the majority don't even know about it. Kroger owns Fry's, is the first or second largest grocery chain in the country, from Cincinnati, Ohio. They've been around longer than I have, and not many businesses have. They can build their own grocery store, or Red Development can enter into a cooperative agreement to underwrite part of the cost for them and take the risk. Don't put the risk on the citizens of Phoenix. We pay enough tax to this city now after passing the $31.5 billion transportation thing last year. which doesn't add up and never will. Enough is enough is enough. Do you people have any common sense and sense of right and wrong? I think you have become spineless.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Rogers, for your testimony. In favor, not wishing to speak, is Mr. David Kreider, representing Downtown Phoenix, Inc., Ms. Brandy Porter, and Mr. Daniel Clockey. Does anyone else here wish to provide testimony on item number 36? Or we have a motion in favor. We have a second. I'll now turn it over to members of the council for any comments or questions that they may have. Councilman Nowakowski, I'll let you go first.
Mayor, we've been working on a grocery store in downtown Phoenix for years, for the last 8 years that I've been in council. Sitting down with Red Development, they came up with a solution for the downtown area. If you look around, we have historic neighborhoods, we have low-income areas in the downtown area that has no grocery store. A lot of the grocery stores that they use nowadays are the Circle K's and the CVS's. And to try to get a gallon of milk from Circle K or so, it's very, very expensive. So the opportunity to have a Fry's store in downtown Phoenix is amazing. And I just really want to thank Red Development for taking the risk. And it is a risk. And they took a risk in building downtown what we have right now, Cityscape. And individuals at that time were saying there's no way that during the economic downturn that they can actually do what they promised. And they over-delivered in the city of Phoenix. Now, Cityscape has become a town square for many of us. During the holiday season, from Thanksgiving to the New Year's, there's an ice skating rink. Who would ever believe that we would have an ice skating rink in downtown Phoenix? Now it's become a tradition in the Nowakowski family that we come down every Christmas and we celebrate the ice skating with our children, the caroling, and Santa Claus that comes down. I mean, it's incredible the traditions that are being built now. And if you look around downtown Phoenix, I had my aunt that came in from Detroit, Michigan, and she hasn't been to Phoenix for the last 15 years, and she couldn't believe what was going on in downtown Phoenix. As many of our friends and visitors that come into the city of Phoenix, they're just amazed at what's going on in downtown. And I believe that, Chris Mackey sums it up easily. Phoenix is hot, and downtown is even hotter. And people want to live downtown. They want to work downtown. They want to invest in downtown. And this is what this Block 23 is all about, is bringing those entrepreneurs. What's so unique about this building is that we listened. Red Development went out there and listened to what people want. They just don't want those traditional square offices. They want open space, and that's what they're creating. They listen to the community. They want a grocery store. That's what they're creating. They listen to the community that they want to make sure that our sidewalks are wide, there's a lot of green space, walkable, rideable, and all that, and they added all that. The one thing that I wish they would add is a couple more floors so we can actually bring all those businesses that want to be in downtown Phoenix into downtown Phoenix. And they said that they'll keep that as an option to build higher even more so. So I believe that this is a great investment for the city of Phoenix. We're cutting down the GIPLET from 75 years to 50 years, and that's incredible. And I'd just like to thank our staff for negotiating that and working that out. I think it's a win-win for the city of Phoenix. As you heard earlier, since the 1800s, the city of Phoenix hasn't collected one penny off of that property. And now we're going to end up getting some income from that property. It's going to be used. It's going to bring new businesses. It's going to bring families. People are going to live in downtown Phoenix. We're talking about 300 units of multi-family use there. So all that just brings that vibrantness of downtown. So I just really want to thank the mayor also for advocating and helping us secure the Fry's in downtown Phoenix, because I know that he heard from the community surrounding the downtown area the importance of having a grocery store. So all you individuals that have worked on this so hard, I just really want to thank you. And on behalf of all those individuals that live in downtown Phoenix, thank you, thank you, thank you for bringing us a grocery store.
Thank you very much, Councilman Nowakowski. Councilwoman Stark, you had comments?
Actually, I think, Councilman Nowakowski, you kind of said what I wanted to say. We already have a deal, and what you've done is you've improved upon that deal, correct?
Mayor, Councilwoman Stark, that's correct. We took an existing agreement, negotiated with the developer to actually reduce that agreement substantially.
Thank you very much. Councilman Waring, you have some comments or questions?
Thank you. So this is a good project. Unfortunately, I can't vote for it. As I said in the paper today, I have serious reservations about the city continuing to use tax incentives. It seems like we can't get through an agenda without one of these coming forward. I don't believe it's fair to other taxpayers. I don't believe it's fair in a lot of different ways. But I do wish the developers all success. I know them well. I'm sure they will do a great project. I'm sure the Fry's is merited, but I cannot bring myself to vote for this under these circumstances. I just don't think this is the way we should go. To the question of spineless and so forth, it would probably be a lot easier to just throw ideology or whatever you'd say to the wind, caution to the wind, and just use a system that I think is totally out of hand. But I don't think that's appropriate. It's easy to get up here and name call, but it's harder to make tough votes. This is a tough one for me. Obviously, I know the people who are doing this, and I respect them. It's never easy to tell your friends no. So spineless, I think we are not on both sides, because I think on the other side as well, people pay a price for that too. Every vote you take makes somebody happy maybe, but it also makes everybody mad. So I will say this, I had someone who was mad at me earlier today, and I was happy, frankly, to return the favor because he was insulting and rude. He said that I was holding up this vote. Have I in any way held up this vote? Do I even have the power to hold up this vote? Because I'd love to know about it if I do, so I can use it in the future. I hope he's watching now so he can get an actual answer, and next time he will send a more informed message.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh, no, it's a question.
Oh.
Did I hold this up somehow? Did I?
Councilman Waring, hold up the vote.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, no.
Okay, thank you. So swearing at me on Facebook because I did would be a mistake? Is that right?
Councilman Waring, you certainly had no role in slowing down the vote on this item. That is absolutely correct.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Councilman Waring. Councilman DeCiccio had comments or questions?
Mayor, thank you. And along with Councilman Waring's position on this, I've just not been supportive of the property tax, giveaway, whatever you want to call it. And I've been pretty consistent on that. And there are reasons for that without getting into it today. But there are a lot of good reasons. I mean, with the exception of that, this is really a great project for the city of Phoenix. It's exciting to be able to bring a grocery store. For those of you that worked hard on it, congratulations. It looks like you've got enough votes to get it through. I do want to tell a little story if I could, and I want to congratulate, in particular, Councilman Nowakowski here for the work that he's put into this. I remember back in 2010, we never really, sometimes we didn't get along, for those of you that remember. We're at opposite ends philosophically, but we're friends now. But he did bring this up to me, and he said, look, this is a significant thing. He's been trying since 2010 to bring this grocery store to downtown Phoenix. 2010. I mean, to just tell you how long and how hard it is for the individuals to put this together. Then came along Red and others, and you were able to put the deal together. It's fascinating that you're able to do that. You've built phenomenal projects wherever you go. But mine is primarily about the property tax component in this. I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't think it's a good idea for the city, but at the end of the day, the city of Phoenix, through a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication from Christine and Paul in particular, they've become the individuals who have been able to put these big, complex projects together. Congratulations to you for getting this thing through today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilman DeCiccio. Other members of the council who want to speak? Councilman Valenzuela, please.
I'll speak once again. I think I'll reiterate many of the points that I've made in the past. This is how we move our economy forward. This is how we move our city forward. This is how we move the community forward. We have a food desert in the area. Obviously, this is going to help solve that. We have an excellent community partner in Fry's grocery store. I can't say enough about Red Development, and once again, making it work. We would not be here at the stage of the game without Red Development. All the investment that's already been made in that very successful development, that is Cityscape, and now we're talking about a development, not just a grocery store, but 300 residential units. We're talking about, it's a mixed-use project. The we are helping to develop the next great space that the drivers of our economy moving forward are looking for. This space with natural light and high ceilings, in a core, in a downtown core, and I'm incredibly excited about this project. You've thought of everything. And we have, Paul Blue and Chris Mackey, thank you for your leadership to reduce the GIPLET the way that you've been able to with the help of Red Development. This is a win all the way around. And this is the proper use of a GIPLET. It is a tool. It's an economic development tool. And this is how you move our economy forward. I guess we can just do away with tools like that and just assume that people will want to develop these types of projects in downtown. I keep hearing that we can do that. I've never seen proof of that. But this is the proper way of actually, this is the proper use of such tool. And so I believe at the end of the day, this is going to be a big win, like I said, for our city. It'll drive our economy forward. It's going to move our community forward as well. This is a big deal for us, so I'm obviously supportive.
Thank you very much, Councilman Valenzuela. Councilwoman Pastor?
Yes, I just want to be clear on a piece of this. We are just entering a new agreement. This agreement has existed for how long?
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, it's been in existence since 1991, so we are simply amending an existing agreement that a previous council had authorized.
Correct. And so we're amending it. Otherwise, it would be 75 years.
That is correct.
So we're amending it to move it to 50 years.
Councilwoman Pastor, that is correct.
Okay. I just want to be clear on that so the public understands what is happening. Because we are amending the agreement that has already been in existence since 1991. We have shortened the time frame of 25 years, so it's in the best interest of the city of Phoenix and those that live in the city of Phoenix, because we've shortened the time.
That's correct. Staff does believe bringing this forward is in the best interest of the city, is a good deal for the city.
How much money would we generate in jobs and sustainability of our economy?
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, over the period of time, we'll see about $254 million in a 10-year period of time in economic impact from this project. We expect about 1,300 new jobs into the downtown market in the open office space with pretty significant average salaries, as those would be the type of clients that would be attracted to that. The city of Phoenix, over the term, will see about $76 million in new retail sales tax that comes into the city.
And what do we see today?
0.
Thank you. I will be supporting this.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilwoman. Any other comments by members of this council? I will be supporting the item as well. Having a great downtown is important, not just to the city of Phoenix, our entire region, the entire state of Arizona. And obviously, especially over the last few years, we've had just great momentum in the heart of our city, and we've been blessed to do so. I think our professional staff has been very judicious in the recommendations that they make to us when we should enter into a development agreement for gap financing, when we shouldn't. Many of the times that they say no, obviously it doesn't appear before this council. When it does appear with the council is usually when they are recommending that we enter into a development agreement to continue to advance our downtown. Obviously, this is a site right in the heart of our city, an empty lot that is currently generating no economic activity for the city of Phoenix. Once this project is completed, it's going to generate a significant amount of economic activity. Obviously, the $160 million in development, including for the first time, thank you, Councilman Nowakowski, for your longstanding advocacy, a grocery store in the heart of the city to benefit and accelerate more residential in downtown Phoenix, something that we have all worked for a long period of time, not to mention the additional opportunities to move businesses and entrepreneurs to the heart of our city. So in light of the history of the site, no economic activity being currently on site, in light of the reduction from the existing development agreement that was proposed previously, in light of the advancement of our downtown and the economic activity, this is a gap financing measure. I think it's smart economic development policy for the city of Phoenix, smart advancement of our downtown. It's the right thing to do, and I'll certainly be supporting the proposal. With that, roll call.
DeCiccio. No.
Noakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Waring.
No.
Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yeah, so the item passes on a 7-2 vote of this city council. We appreciate everyone's hard work to make this happen. Next item on the agenda is item number 37. Is that correct? Item number 37. You have a motion on 37.
Move approval of item 37, the Innovation District.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are any cards on item number 37? I want the Vice Mayor to work even harder to waiver. I see. All right, Vice Mayor, you have comments on the Innovation District. Much of it is located in your district. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
The mayor's enjoying this meeting. This item is the Innovation District, which is in our downtown area warehouse district, represented by Council Michael Noakowski and myself. And this is one that I hope will build on a lot of work we've already been doing. When we first started talking about an innovation district, we did get questions from the community about how it would work with all the existing planning. And this one, I think we've made a commitment to build upon the work we've already done. So the folks who were just at the table, Paul Blue, Chris Mackey, and I just spent a lot of time on the biomedical campus master plan, trying to make sure that we take advantage of our medical school and Arizona State NAU facilities in downtown Phoenix to have as many businesses come out of that, as well as great therapies for people in our community who unfortunately have to face cancer and other diseases. Just last Friday, the mayor and I marked the 40th anniversary of the Cancer Center and helped launch the Institute for Immunotherapy, which is that very advanced therapy that helped President Carter and others fight cancer. And so I hope that this effort will help maximize this. It's more focused on private sector than some of our city interests and planning, but it will be working together with downtown planning, which we also need to do, and the great efforts that we've been doing in our warehouse district, where we've been attracting a lot of startups and creative companies. So we need to continue to build on that momentum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments by members of this council? Councilman Valenzuela, please.
It's incredibly exciting when we meet with entrepreneurs quite often. They're excited at the thought of having an innovation district where you have things that are just so close, a designated area in downtown Phoenix that is connected. We have public transportation. We have a campus of all three public universities right in downtown Phoenix. Galvanize is coming in. WebPT is expanding. We have All Bound down here. And obviously, city government very focused in this particular space on economic development with this laser focus around tech, innovation, entrepreneurship. And we have the right people on the board as well. So we actually have a lot of the, those people from education institutions, entrepreneurs that have really helped move this space forward, this community forward. It's incredibly exciting to see, and we're on our way. I'm supportive.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any other comments by members of this council? I will be supporting this item. We have a lot of assets in our existing innovation district, which includes the bioscience campus, the heart of our downtown, and the warehouse district. So why would you ask, would we want to form an innovation district? What else can we do? Well, that's the whole point, is that we as city government are going to act as a convener, bring the right parties to the table, and answer the question, what else can we do to support the businesses, institutions that are already in the innovation district, so we take it to a whole new level. This is what our competitor cities and regions are doing. We have to build a more innovative economy if we're going to have a competitive economy moving forward. The consultant that is being recommended by our professional staff is outstanding. She used to be the head of the Borison Institute at Arizona State University and wrote some of the most impactful reports about how to advance our regional and state economy, then moved on to the National Governors Association, working with both Republican and Democratic governors on advancing economic development in their respective states, including innovation districts. So we're so lucky that the contractor was available and be utilized by our team here. I think it's a great step in the right direction. Where it's going to end, we don't know. By asking the question, what can we do to better support our existing businesses, entrepreneurs, and institutions moving forward? We don't know where the conversation is going to go, but I'm excited about it because we know that great ideas are going to come by this convening. I certainly be supportive of item number 36. Any additional comments by members of this council? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Noakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark. Valenzuela.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes. No, excuse me, no.
No, let's keep it. He did good. That's great.
You already
I was
said
going to make
yes.
some comments and I
You already
didn't, so
said
don't get me
yes.
started, okay?
Yes.
Williams. Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes. So the item 37, I mentioned 36, but that was my mistake. Item 37 passes 8-1. Next item on the agenda is item number 51. Do we have a motion on item 51?
Move approval of 51.
We have a motion, a second. Are there any cards on 51? Any comments by members of this council?
Wait.
Council Waring.
Yes, I consolidated my comments from the last one. So I guess in both cases with 51 and 37, not really sure it does a lot of content-heavy stuff. It's studying or consulting how we might do important stuff somewhere down the road. We spend a lot of money on studies, we spend a lot of money on consultants, and things don't really seem to get that much better. So in light of that, I voted no on 37, and for the same reason, I'm going to vote no on 51. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman Waring. Any additional comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio. No. Noakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark. Valenzuela. Waring.
No.
Williams. Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes. That passes 7-2. Next item on the agenda is item number 77. Do we have a motion on 77?
Move approval of item 77.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I apologize. I should have made a note that now we're moving on to the planning and zoning matters before this city council, knowing that sometimes the motions have to be a little different than they would be with ordinances. Was that a proper motion in light of the item?
Yes, it was, Mayor.
Okay. Ed Bull, you're representing the applicant. Do you wish to provide testimony before this council on item 77?
It looks like all of the cards on this item are marked in favor.
That is correct. And in light of that, Mr. Bull will keep his comments very short, I believe. I assume so.
Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
All right, we have a motion in favor. We have a second. Any comments by members of the council? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Noakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so the item passes unanimously. Next item is item number 79. On these items, 79, 80, 81, 82, and 83, we'll start out with a short staff report. Then I'll open it up for a public hearing to see if public has testimony on those items. Then we'll turn to the council and see if there is a motion. And then in the case of 79, which concerns the northeast corner of 40th Street and Dynamite Boulevard, it requires a three-quarter vote. Noting that 80, 81, and 82 all concern the northeast corner of Cave Creek and Union Hills. We'll do this public hearing all at once. We'll do one public hearing, but then separate motions on those items. So now we're on item 79, and I'll ask Alan Stevenson, our planning director, to give a short staff report on 79, and then I'll open up a public hearing.
Mayor, members of council, item 79 is located at the northeast corner of 40th Street and Dynamite Boulevard. It is a request to rezone from S1 to R110 to allow for a single-family residential development. The parcel is 9.71 acres. You see it on the aerial right up here. This is Cave Creek Road. This is undeveloped state land here. To the north is Phase 1 of Lennar, which is under construction today, and this is a County Island area back in here with larger lot residential. Here's the proposed site plan as part of this application. It is for 39 lots. Here are the elevations that are proposed as part of the development. Staff does recommend approval of the R110 zoning, subject to stipulations from the memo of September 19th, 2016. This memo represents additional outreach that the applicant, Mr. Bull, did with neighbors to earn their support by limiting some of the additional units to single story, providing a trail, and making some other accommodations to garner support from the bulk of the neighborhood. This request was denied by the Desert View Village Planning Committee by a 5-4 vote. However, the Planning Commission did approve the request by a 5-2 vote earlier this year. And with that, staff is happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. I think what I'll do now is open the public hearing, hear from the public, and then I'll go after close the public hearing, have the opportunity for council to ask any questions they may have. So without further ado, I'm going to open the public hearing on item 79. Public hearing is now open. I have some cards on the item. First, Mr. Bull as well. You're representing the applicant, Lennar Homes. Did you have any testimony you'd like to provide before this council?
Mayor Council, I believe there's one or more cards in opposition.
It is, there are a couple cards in opposition. However, it looks like they're donating their time to one speaker.
I'm not getting our PowerPoint up here.
All right, just a moment here. Go ahead. How much time do you think you need on your presentation?
Mayor, I'd like some guidance from your council. I'm thinking 5 minutes initially.
Okay. I just want to make sure
And
that
then,
then I'll give the opposition equal time, and I want to make sure that we generally time it for 5, and then when after 5, I'll give you a signal that 5 minutes is up. If you go longer, that's okay. I'll just give equal time to the other side. Please.
Okay, thank you. Mayor and Council, Ed Bull, 702 East Osborne. I'm here representing Lennar Homes. Division President Alan Jones and Todd Scorrell were here with me today. As you know, the site is what's shown as Phase 2 on this aerial. It's the Phase 1 is the northern portion, which is under construction. Phase 2 is what's in front of you today. We are requesting your council's approval in accordance with the Planning Commission and staff's recommendations for approval, including stipulations 1 through 12, with 10 through 12 being new stipulations that Mr. Stevenson referenced. With Lennar building on Phase 1 and this being Phase 2, it makes Lennar a unique developer on this site, and that Lennar and only Lennar can provide some of the protections that were very important to some of our neighbors. For example, as you can see on this Phase 2 site plan, there's a landscape buffer along the south. There is no access to the south. And as we move on to this exhibit, you'll see not only no access on 40th Street, instead the Phase 2 and Phase 1 are interconnected together, and one of your stipulations calls for Lennar to pay for a traffic signal at Cave Creek, at the Cave Creek intersection with Peak View. Very important issues to many of our neighbors. As we had a number of neighborhood, not only meetings, but one-on-ones for almost a year, from November 2015 to 16, a number of issues were worked through. There's yeses next to many of these. Those down toward the bottom are issues that I personally worked with some neighbors on in the last couple months to get yeses next to. The very last issue on the table is, in the eyes of some neighbors, the density is higher than what they would like. But I can tell you that there was a great deal of effort being made, as you can see, on access and the signal and certain types of fencing and landscaping and other things leading up to these 3 additional stipulations, which are in your supplemental packet. The 3 stipulations that I just talked about include 1 story along the south and east row of lots. That's that kind of pinkish purplish color. And then it also addresses a concern that some neighbors had about traffic signals. Not traffic signals, I'm sorry, street lights. How many would we have? Where would they be? So on and so forth. Those street lights being in the location where they are is approximately 300 feet from our south property line. Other issues that were worked through is there were desire to have a pedestrian and equestrian access running through the site, as is shown here with the green dots. That's one of the stipulations. In the packet, and it's probably very difficult for you to read, but are a number of letters in support and one email exchange of non-opposition. These first two are people who were vehemently opposed when we were here last summer. These other letters are from some neighbors that had been worked with early on and issues addressed in an effort to work through the development issues. Lennar, as you know, is it's a real home builder, and they're building real houses. These are their four-story examples that are under construction in Phase 1. These are their 3 two-story examples in Phase 1. As a real builder with real houses and dealing with this as Phase 2, as I indicated, there's buffers, there's traffic signals, there's other kinds of things that Lennar could do that no other developer as a standalone developer on this site could ever do, because our access goes through Phase 1, it doesn't go south. Lennar can help afford to put in the traffic signal, a standalone developer on just Phase 2 could not. I don't know that I've used 5 minutes, Mayor, but whatever I've used at this point, I'd like to reserve the rest for rebuttal if I could. But I'll end where I began, and that is that Lennar requests approval in accordance with the staff and Planning Commission recommendations, including all 12 of the stipulations that are in your packet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bull. How much time did he utilize? No? It was right at 5? Okay. So, Ms. Markey, if you would provide testimony before this council, you'll have 5 minutes as well. And you're marked as opposed to the item. Good to see you.
Hi, my name is Mary Markey. I live at 28435 North 41st Street, which is the lot that's just south of Phase 2. It's good to see you guys again today. Thank you for letting me speak, but I'm kind of disappointed because I think when we left here at this last city council meeting, the right decision was made. Lennar has refused to decrease the density of Phase 2 that comes right up to the equestrian homes, arenas, turnouts, barns. It says in the zoning parameters that one of the things that you should look at when you're considering rezoning is, one, the effect on the community. This has been a very open, rural, equestrian community. This is why people live in this area. That's why we've moved to the area, not because we can keep our horses there, which is also a big thing, but also because we have some openness. If you look at that satellite map that Mr. Bull just showed us, you'll see all the open area.
Hold on a second. Could you put the picture back up? Which one you want us to look at? I want to make sure we're looking at the right one.
Well, there's one that's a little higher than that one.
You keep going. I think it's the map. This
Right
one?
there.
Okay.
You see all the open area. This is why the people in my community live there. And because of this, and then you see the condensedness of the Lennar homes. This is a reason why we've already lost 2 of our longstanding residents that have lived in the area for over 26 years. That's the reason why we live there. We don't want to live in the condensed areas. It's not just riding our horses, it's also our lifestyle of wanting an open area around us. Lennar has refused to decrease the density of Phase 2, and they're not the only developers coming to build in our area. There's another area building on 44th Street and Peakview, right at the other end of the same street. And while they were working with their neighbors, they did agree to decrease the density of their homes. They went from 31 to 27 homes. This is a 7.5 acre area, which is not that much smaller than what Lennar is saying to build on. And the neighbors, they started at 50 square foot wide lots, which I think is what Lennar is proposing for their houses right now. And they did increase their lots to 60 feet. When you're looking at a place that right now, that area, that 9.71 acres, is supposed to have 8 houses on it, and you're saying that it's now going to have 39 houses on it, to go from 8 to 39, that's a pretty big jump. Now, I know you guys talk of, well, there's people that own that lot right behind us. They have the right to own that lot and do what they want on it. And I totally agree. They bought the lot, they own the lot. I understand there's 8 people. But you know what? When they bought that land, they understood that it was in an equestrian rural area. They knew what they were buying. They proposed to put equestrian houses on that area. I don't know what happened to that. But now that Lennar has gotten a hold of a corner of our homes, now all of a sudden I guess they think it's a good idea to sell it to them. But Lennar does not have the idea of keeping that 9.71 acres in the same character as our other homes in that area. That is another thing that it says in the Desert View Village Committee guidelines that I have here. Does this homing development, the redevelopment, promote the unique character of each village? This definitely devastates and destroys the character of our neighborhood. Why do we need a street light there? Why do I need an 8-foot wall behind my house to keep this housing development that doesn't really even belong in my neighborhood away from me? Why should I have a housing development behind my home that I've lived in for 20 years, have an 8-foot wall to keep me away from it? I appreciate you letting me talk today. I hope that I don't know what to say to you people to make you understand the devastation this many houses in my area is going to cause. We've already lost 2 equestrian neighbors. I guarantee you we're going to lose more. It talks about the quality of the housing and the different size lots that you're also supposed to be looking like when you rezone a place. I can guarantee you that with all the developers in our neighborhood and in our area, the developments at Desert Ridge, that those high-density houses now way outweigh the type of community that we have right now, where we have our custom homes in 1 1/4 acre. I believe that these people, you know, they've bought that land knowing it is an equestrian neighborhood. I'm sorry if they would lose money if Lennar doesn't get to develop there, but I think they should have to follow through with the development and the type of land that they were happy to buy, obviously, when they bought it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Markey, for your testimony. How long did you go? 5 as well. All right. Mr. Bull, I knew you wanted a short time for any rebuttal as quickly as possible, any rebuttal to the items Ms. Markey brought up.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a transition parcel. We don't abut Cave Creek Road, but we're darn close to it with a narrow strip of state land between us. We tie to Phase 1. We can do things that no other developer can do, and we're doing it in a manner that many of our other neighbors supported. The neighbor immediately to the west of Mr. and Mrs. Markey is one of the letters in support. A neighbor to the northeast of Mr. and Mrs. Markey is submitted through me a confirmation of non-opposition. Neighbors further to the northeast submitted letters in support. And those letters were submitted in substantial part because Lennar can keep traffic off of 40th Street, Lennar can help provide the traffic signal, and Lennar can provide buffers that are appropriate. Lennar's building houses, people are buying houses, it's a wonderful neighborhood. The separations are extraordinary. If we went, you can kind of see it there, but we have a wide landscape buffer along the southern end, and of course, I don't know where the clicker went, but in any event, you remember that we have the row of 1-story houses along the south and along the east. We're providing extraordinary buffers. The density is appropriate. The staff, your staff, and the Planning Commission have both recommended approval. We request your approval as well, subject to the stipulations, including the additional 3, which were turning point stipulations on a couple neighbors, one of which tells me, and I've been told by others, was one of the neighborhood organizers in opposition in the past. She has submitted her email to Mr. Stevenson confirming her support.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr. Wolf, for the rebuttal. Ms. Markey, I'll give you 1 minute if you have any rebuttal to what he said. I just want to make sure everyone gets equal time and we're fair to all parties involved.
Well, the only other thing I forgot to show you is not only are they trying to push a whole bunch of houses into an area, but this is their flyer on their next-gen home. Their next-gen home is supposed to be a multi-generational home. Their ad shows 7 people smiling because they live in one house together, please. 6 of these people seem to be of driving age. So think of the traffic, depending on how many of these next-gen houses they build in that area, how many people and how many more cars that would bring to the area. Right on the front of this flyer, 2 homes under one roof. That's a duplex. That's not a single-family home. Right here in the back when they talk about sharing utilities, it's 2 separate homes, but only 1 utility bill. They continue to state in here, this house is 2 separate homes. So that even increases the amount of people, the amount of what you would say density of the homes there.
All right, thank you very much. Did you want the council to have a chance to review the flyer? If so, the city clerk will grab it and then pass it around. Okay.
Mayor, I presume you don't want me to respond to the motion?
I think it's, I mean, obviously, we have to move on with the case thing, but the points have been well made. So is there anyone else here in the audience wishing to speak on item number 79 during the public hearing? Going once, going twice. The public hearing is now closed. Councilman Waring, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Alan, the open areas to the west and north primarily were mentioned. What are those zoned for now? What's going to happen there in the future?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, the general plan for those areas is higher density residential. I want to expand.
Can I ask higher density than what's being proposed today?
Yes, residential 2 to 5 dwelling units per acre. So I would imagine that if you go to this larger aerial here, I can point out a little bit more to you. So the general plan designation from right here is residential 2 to 5, and then some of this is also residential 2 to 5, and there's commercial down on the corners. This is Cave Creek Road. That will be a major 6-lane arterial in the future. You're not going to see low-density residential develop on the state land piece that is this triangle right here. You know, I understand that the community's concerns and Ms. Markey's concerns in particular, but the reality is that this parcel right here, the best thing that can happen is that this gets access through the phase 1 so it doesn't impact from traffic, and they're stipulated to build a traffic light up here, all at their own cost. The city's not participating in any way in that to handle the traffic, which will help the larger community be able to get out here because Peakview is a major street here as well.
So it's really, Mayor Allen, it's 2 major streets coming together with a lot of stuff that's going to go in immediately across the street and immediately to the southwest. And you mentioned community, so actually if I can ask a question to Mr. Bull. So you work with a lot of neighbors on this. Certainly I heard from a lot of neighbors. Are there any other neighbors who are against this project at this point? Because there used to be a bunch.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, there used to be a bunch. I am not aware of any opposition other than Mr. and Mrs. Markey that's remaining. And I was told by a former organizer of neighborhood opposition, except for the Markeys, that she and many of her friends are no longer in opposition, and she submitted a letter in support. So I'm not aware of any opposition other than Mr. and Mrs. Markey.
That was a long road. Alan, you just said community and the Markeys. At this point, I think it's just the Markeys, unless I'm missing something.
Mr. and Mrs. Markey are the only opposition that I'm aware of.
I mean, they're here. Everybody else, okay. So I'm going to make a motion, Mayor, to go ahead and approve the recommendation.
Second.
All right, I think we need some additional language on that motion, Mr. Stevenson.
Mayor, Council Waring, I can just clarify for the record, I think you want to approve it per the memo from the Planning Development Director dated September 19th and adopt the related ordinance.
Per the memo and
and adopt the related ordinance.
Adopt the related ordinance. Thank you. I've got a lot of paper in front of me.
That's a motion. Is there a second on that motion? All right, motion and a second. Sir, did you wish to provide testimony? You're waving your hand. I apologize. I received 2 cards on individuals wishing to speak. One was Ms. Markey, and the other, are you Mr. Markey? Yours is marked donate time to Mary Markey. Yes, and indicating opposition but not wishing to speak.
Okay. I didn't know those cards were, I didn't know those cards were there. I apologize. I didn't, so.
I apologize. I should have
Okay.
made note
All
of
right.
that. Thank you
Yes,
very
I'm
much.
sorry. I didn't know, so.
So there were some cards, and I think actually, now that you've mentioned it, there are some additional cards in support not wishing to speak. Mr. Jones, Mr. Scoro, and Mr. Phillips. So just to make sure the record is accurate. Thank you. All right, so we had a motion in favor. That does include the additional stipulations that have been added since the last time this was before this council. A motion, a second. Any additional comments by members of the council? Councilman Waring?
Just to clear up the card thing, so I apologize for what I said earlier. I did not know that there were other white cards, and I don't believe I'd heard from the folks you mentioned, at least recently. So I apologize for that. I misstated. Alan, you were right. Community, the other 3 people, and Mr. Markey. And Mr. Markey. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much, and that was my mistake for not mentioning the white cards as well. All right, any other comments, members of this council? Councilwoman Williams.
Mayor, the last time this came before us, I was not supportive of this case. I am a horse lover, live on horse property, and I fully believe that the city of Phoenix, our fame, our history, it all revolves around horses and horse properties. And since that time, I have looked at this case very closely, and I fully understand that there was a misunderstanding that state trust land is equivalent to preserve, and that is not so. And since we passed 1, 2, 3, state trust land is going to go for the highest and best value, and I think you're going to see this area have more and more homes all the time. Knowing that's going to happen, and looking at this plan, I'm going to support this because I think this is probably the best deal you could get in that particular land use that you're ever going to find. If a separate developer comes in, he's not going to accommodate you. He's not going to be able to tie the packages together, and he probably never would put the street light in, which still gives you access across the road. So I am supporting the case.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Any other comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor. Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Waring.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, the item passes unanimously before this city council. Next item on our agenda is item 80, but we're going to take, at least for purposes of the public hearing, 80, 81, and 82 together. We'll begin with the staff report. I assume the staff report can concern the 80, 81, and 82. Mr. Stevenson.
Mayor, members of council, correct. My PowerPoint pops up here. So item 80 is a general plan amendment request for this application. It is the entire parcel. There's 3 applications before you, items 80, 81, and 82. They're all located at the northeast corner of Cave Creek Road and Union Hills Drive. This aerial map shows the existing shows the back up one. Here's the aerial for you. You can see the surrounding site is shown here in green that surrounds the corner. The general plan amendment covers the whole corner. The 2 zoning cases are these parcels right here. In this particular case, the general plan, request is to go to commercial for that entire corner. You can see it shown here. So there's commercial on the corner from residential. It is a great buffer for that proposed use. It is to allow a self-storage facility as part of the zoning application. Here's a map that shows the zoning area, which is item 81, is a C2 zoning request that incorporates this area here, provides an excellent buffer between the residential to the north and the commercial uses down here on the immediate corner. There's a proposed site plan and the proposed elevations for the self-storage facility. The item 82 2 that goes with this is a special permit that specifically authorizes the mini storage and self-storage facility that is proposed. There's no opposition to this item. Staff recommends approval of the request, the C2 special permit, and the change in the general plan designation. However, you do need separate motions for those 3 items, and with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevenson. I'm going to move now to the public hearing on items 80, 81, and 82. Public hearing is now open. Are there any cards on this item? Is anyone in the audience wish to provide testimony for this council on items 80, 81, and 82 concerning Northeast Corner, Cave Creek Road, and Union Hills Drive? Going once, going twice. Our public hearing is now closed. Councilman Waring, how would you like to proceed?
So,
I think we need 3 separate motions, correct?
Correct,
So,
yes.
so you need a motion on item 80 as the first one.
I can't do them all together, correct? 3 separate, okay. So a motion be approved per the Planning Commission's recommendation and adopt the related resolution.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? All right. Is that a proper motion? Any comments by members of this council? Roll call. Oh, roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Nowakowski. Pastor. Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes. Item 80 passes unanimously. Do we have a motion on 81?
Motion to approve per the Planning Commission's recommendation and adopt the related ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark. Yes. Valenzuela. Waring.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes. That also passed unanimously. Item 82.
Motion to approve per the Planning Commission's recommendations and adopt the related ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Nowakowski. Yes. Pastor. Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Waring. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, that also passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item number 83. Item number 83 concerns the northeast corner of 59th Avenue alignment and Baseline Road. We'll proceed like we have with the other items, starting out with a staff report. Then I'm going to hold a public hearing, both sides of the opportunity to provide testimony on this item. Then we'll close the public hearing and see if there's a motion. We have many cards. My understanding is that both sides have agreed to 20 minutes on either side, and they get their full case in on 20 minutes. Obviously, we'll read the additional cards either for or against. Vice Mayor, have I described accurately the agreement with folks on both sides of this important issue?
Yes, and if council members have questions, that would not count against the 20 minutes.
Except for Councilman Waring's questions. All right, we'll proceed. Can we get a staff report on item number 83? What's being proposed, Mr. Stevenson?
Mayor, members of council, item 83 is a request to change the zoning from golf course to C1 neighborhood retail to allow retail uses, a bank, restaurant, and a church for a 12.25 acre parcel located in the northeast corner of 59th Avenue and Baseline Road. You can see the subject site right here in the aerial. Just off the edge of this is the proposed Loop 202 freeway. We'll come in down on this corridor. This is 59th Avenue, and here's Baseline Road right here. This particular request, you show that there's the freeway right there alignment, so you see it proximate to the site just over here. This is the proposed site plan for this application. You see the church located in this western or the eastern portion of it. Along the western portion is where the retail uses are proposed as part of this application. These are the proposed elevations. That's the church, that's the retail, so it's integrated in terms of design. This particular request was approved by the Levine Village Planning Committee by an 8-4 vote. It was also approved by the Planning Commission by a 5-0 vote. There is an additional memo that came out today with some additional stipulations requiring notification for some other additional folks, as well as view fencing to the north, and a limit that would not allow for any underground fuel tanks to be located on this parcel. Staff does recommend approval pursuant to that memo and the stipulations and adoption of the related ordinance. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Stevenson, for the presentation. I'll have council members have an opportunity to ask any questions once a motion is put on the floor. So with that, I will open up the public hearing on item number 83. Those in opposition to the case have given me a preferred speaking order. I appreciate that very much. Those in favor, I don't have a preferred speaking order, but Mr. Lazarus, if you would like to go first. My understanding, again, is in totality, we're going to keep it to 20 minutes on both sides.
Thank you, Mayor. There is a speaking order, I believe, and Al Martinez, I think, is the first one, and then he'll have the other people after that, after me.
So you go first, and then Mr. Martinez goes next, please. And we'll keep
Very
a total
quickly.
of 20 minutes.
And here we go. So are we ready? You haven't started your clock yet, have you? Go.
We have a quorum present. Go.
Okay. I'm not going to go through the team members. They're up there for your review. We had several team meetings and hearings. 2 Levine Planning Committee meetings. We had a neighborhood open house. We had a Levine Village Planning Committee. We had planning commission hearings. This has been discussed for about 14 months in this process. The Levine Citizens for Responsible Government approved this 5-3. Levine Planning Committee 8-4. Planning Commission unanimous decision. Staff was recommending the approval with stipulations, and we agree to all the stipulations, including the stipulations that have been added. This is the aerial of the surrounding area. As was indicated, the freeway is in blue. The property is in red. It's within 900 feet of the new freeway. Existing to the west of the property is 44 acres of C2, C1 3 acres, and 388 acres of commercial surrounding that property. Here's the property as it exists today. It's on the corner of 59th and Baseline. It is an empty field. The site plan you've already seen. We're talking about 11-acre site. 3 acres is a boutique commercial area, and the 8 acres is a church. And Pastor Jeff is here to speak on the church. The neighborhood level retail is boutique, small stores. They're not big box stores like you're going to see on those other corners with very large commercial development. There's a bank that we already have a letter of intent from, and we're trying to get a restaurant in that area. The Crosswalk Church will be done in 2 phases. There'll be a 750-foot seat sanctuary and a 400-foot sanctuary, which will be in phase 2. We meet all of the requirements of the village of the Phoenix. Next slide, please. Okay. We meet all of the requirements of the core values of the Phoenix General Plan. We are connecting services with resources within the area by having retail as well as the church, which will be active and internally pedestrian-oriented. We will connect those people and places in a way that it will eliminate a vacant parcel, which is very important in the general plan. And we make a good transition from the freeway to these very large sites that are commercial, to a small boutique center, to a church, and to the golf course behind it. I'm not going to go through the remaining portion of the core values. We meet all of those requirements. I'm going to whip through this very quickly, Marcy. I've gone to the Levine Southwest Growth Study. We meet the requirements of that design study. We've worked very closely with the community on those things. including desert materials, arcades, overhangs, patios, all of those things. And we meet the commercial area plan as well. We've addressed several items with the Levine Citizens for Responsible Development, including site plans, plant palettes, architectural character. We spent a lot of time on this. Next slide. And I'm just going to whip through a few of these renderings to give you the idea of the kind of development that we are suggesting. That's the internal roadway, picture of the church, the way that's going to look, the church with the walkway, as well as significant open space. That's another church site. That's circulation plan is in blue. Pedestrians will move through that particular area without having to get in their car and move from one area to another. Next. This was a proposed site in 2008 that was withdrawn. It was much denser. It had a gas station in it, and it was about ready to be denied. Our site is much less dense, obviously, as you can see, and it does create that internal pedestrian movement. Next. I'm not going to go over these stipulations. The stipulations, as I've said, we agree to all of them. There are some stipulations that came up from the Village Planning Committee that were not incorporated in the Planning Commission. I'm not going to go over that because Mr. Phil Hartel is here, who is going to speak to that, and I will address it afterwards. We did agree, however, with those stipulations, and once we agree to something, we will stick by that. With that, if you have any questions, otherwise, I'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lazarus. That went about 5 minutes. Mr. Martinez, you indicated was the next speaker.
If we can have Pastor Jeff first and then Mr. Martinez and his group, that would be fine.
All right, Pastor, please come forward and provide any testimony that you have, noting that there was about 15 minutes total time of testimony remaining. Pastor.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmen and Councilwomen, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm excited to be here, first of all, because I want to introduce you to some people. If you're here in support of this project, could I just get you to stand for a moment? Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it, although the green sticker was a giveaway already. We can
Right.
see them. Yeah.
It's very easy to see.
Subtle.
So I want to tell you a little bit, not about this project. I do believe this project, however, is appropriate use for this particular parcel. I believe my theme would be it's a low impact project on this geographical site surrounded by similar types of developments, but we want to make a high impact in the Levine and South Phoenix communities. So for low impact development, the city gets very high impact to this community, and that's because of this people. It's why these people, that's why I asked them to stand. These beautiful people have, since 2004, been making a huge impact on the Levine community through things like the upcoming event that we're just about to have, our Trunk or Treat event, where 2,000 people will come so that children can find a safe place to trick or treat in our community. As school starts every fall, we do a Levine Elementary School district-wide fund drive so that students who can't afford them can have uniforms. We feed families at Thanksgiving. I could go on and on. The reason I'm telling you about this is it's all because of the generous hearts of these people that love their community and the city of Phoenix. I grew up here too. I grew up in Sunny Slope. I am a longtime Phoenix resident. I have lived in other places around the world, but I always come back here because I love this community and I want to do the best that I can for this community, and so do these people. One last point, and then I'll leave time for others. These people have already gathered the funds to purchase this property, the first 5 acres, both through their own generosity and through a grant that was arranged. So the money is there. It's been available to us for a year rather, and we're just waiting, and I want to encourage you to please rezone this property.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Mr. Lazarus, who's next? Whatever you want to, please just introduce yourself.
Mayor, if I can give this to the clerk.
Clerk, please,
This is
go.
the order where you
thank you so much.
would like to speak in.
Thank you. Dear are you Ms. Cowan?
Cowan,
Good to see you.
yes. Thank
Please
you.
introduce yourself and give your testimony.
Thank you, Mayor Stanton and the Phoenix City Council members for allowing us to speak today. My name is Tamara Cowan, and I have been a resident of the Cotton Fields community in Laveen for nearly 15 years. I have lived in Phoenix for 50-plus years and have seen a lot of changes to this fabulous city, particularly along the Baseline Corridor. My neighbors and myself are here today to express why we feel the zoning application before you is not only a good fit for the Cotton Fields community, but for Laveen as a whole. I am an advocate of development, not because I love Walmart or Taco Bell or any other fast food restaurant, but because, in my opinion, communities built on human-scaled, interdependent systems are better suited to taking on the challenges and opportunities presented by time. I believe that Laveen has the unique opportunity to grow while still retaining its rural charm and extensive open spaces. As you know, Laveen is surrounded by nearly 6,000 square miles of the Gila Indian community. South Mountain Park, the country's largest municipal park, as well as one of the largest urban parks in North America and in the world, as well as the 5-mile multi-use Laveen Convenience Channel, which provides residents access to many greenbelt areas for recreation. You will soon come to realize that there are some strong opinions on this proposed development. All this fighting is not a way strong, resilient communities get built. Those against this project, in my opinion, are not concerned with working to develop a vision for what they hope Laveen one day becomes, but are only focused on ensuring that things stay as they are, and that's a death knell for viable, resilient local communities. In my opinion, the spirit of the zoning restriction was designed to ensure that the fairway I live on stays a golf course, and that someday I'm not looking at 50 condominiums or apartments. I am an avid golfer and am excited about the proposed plan by the developer, as well as the plans put forth by the golf course owner for the new practice facility. Today, we will share historical information regarding the proposed development, the implications this development and the 202 extension will have on property values, tax revenues, and jobs in Laveen. You will also hear comments on the discord caused by a few in our community, as well as closing thoughts from our HOA president. We are confident that the mayor and city council members, once armed with the facts, will see through the misinformation and half-truths provided by the opposition and approve this application. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cowan. Any questions for Ms. Cowan at this time? All right, next we'll have Leonard Walker will be the next speaker. And it looks like we're about 12 minutes in, so 8 minutes left for the remaining speakers. Mr. Walker, good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor Greg Stanton, Vice President Gallardo, and the rest of the council. My name is Leonard Walker, and I've lived in Phoenix for over 62 years. 13 of those years I've lived in the Cotton Field community. During that time, I've seen many changes in the golf course. The first 36 holes opened in 1993. Since then, new owners and new changes in a great abundance. A few years ago, Jaguar Properties bought this golf course. He made it very clear, abundantly clear, that he was a land developer. And he tried to sell us the entire golf course for $1, and we turned it down. One of the rumors is that Jaguar Properties removed all the sprinklers on the driving range purposely from the driving range. The fact of the matter is, if I can get this paper out of my hand, the truth of the matter is that the previous owner, Mr. Bob Pittman, removed the sprinklers to replace them for the broken sprinklers that was on the golf course and never replaced them. The driving range is not, if you go out there, it's not a thing of beauty, and it hadn't been profitable at all. there has only been an average of 2 buckets of driving ball sold in the last 6 months, averaging about $5 to $8 per bucket. Most balls are given to tournaments, Twin Dices that have tournaments at the golf course, and high school golfers at no charge, so we get their participation. Another rumor is that the new proposed zoning change will encompass the entire golf course. Again, it's not very accurate. The new owner plans to build a range, the owner of the golf course, not the driving range, plans to build a warm-up area very similar to other driving ranges, places such as Grand Canyon Golf Course, which was Maryville, and Encano, and Arizona Grand. We can only hope that in 2 years, the 202 extension will create business opportunities and jobs and increase the tax base for Laveen and the city of Phoenix. Every attempt to improve our community with businesses such as Golf Academy, which is quite prosperous in the city of Chandler right now, urgent care centers for people at my age, older, all of these things, restaurants, et cetera, has been turned down in that area. Some of our community members, you can see quite a few of them here, are very interested in betterment of the area and assisting our new owner by keeping the golf course open. It was closed at one time. In closing, it would be a tragedy if the golf course would close again before the completion of the 202 extension. I hope you vote yes, and I gotta say this 2 words. I hope you vote yes in progress. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Mr. Lazarus?
We're going to skip the other speakers and go straight to Mr. Martinez, if that's all right, because we do have several speakers, and I know we're taking up too much time.
Thank you very much. We're not too much time yet. You have about 4 or 5 more minutes. So Mr. Martinez, is Mr. Martinez, you're the final speaker?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you have up to about 4.5 minutes, please.
I believe Mr. Hertel would like to add some stipulations. I don't know whether he's for or against, but you may want to hear from him before you go to the opposition.
Okay, that's perfectly fine with me, but I think if he's in favor, it's part of the deal. So, Mr. Martinez, keep it as reasonably short as possible. Great to see you.
Sure. Good afternoon, Phoenix City Council members. My name is Al Martinez. I live in a gated subdivision behind the proposed rezoning location in Laveen. I also happen to be the president of the Homeowners Association for a second term and have been on the HOA board since 2014. We have 450 homes in our subdivision. I've seen our community struggle with its decision of rezoning issue. We have discussed this in great length for the past 14 months. Discussions have been had with the owner of the golf course, the developer, and the pastor of the proposed church. I have polled the board, and back in August 2015, the board voted 4-1 to back the project of rezoning. Since then, we've had an election, and a few seats have changed. If a vote were taken today, it would be 3-2 in favor of rezoning again. The parcel up front, as you've heard today, is an eyesore. The thought of having someone build on the land and we're able to pick our neighbors is exciting. Also, to hear that the current golf course owner will be building a warm-up area and a netted driving range is a great addition to the course. We all live in a gated community behind the clubhouse, and the church would be very hard to see from our homes. When you look out our backyards now, you see green grass and golfers. That will not change with the rezoning. Some people make it sound as though we'll be losing a golf course. This is totally false. I personally have a rear view fence and moved there because of the golf course, and I see the golf course and golfers now when I look out my backyard. There are 250 plus homes with the rear view fencing, and none will see the church. With the 202 and other commercial properties coming in, it's nice that we get a chance to have a church there in front as a buffer. A church that has roots in Laveen and is active in Laveen. Our community, for the most part, supports the rezoning issue, and there are a few that oppose it. But as I mentioned before, the majority would like to see progress. The church and the wonderful people that it would bring and the soft retail and jobs that it would create would be a welcome sight to what we have now. Please vote for the rezoning. Let the church be built. It would be a great addition to the Laveen area and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Hertel? 2 minutes. You're a pro at this.
You always put me in the hot seat.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. For the record, my name is Phil Hertel, 2845 West Broadway Road in Phoenix. I'm here to speak on behalf of the LCRD, and I'll speak quickly. There's a lot to talk about, but I'll just touch on some of the high points. The LCRD's met several times, spent several hours working on this project, and redesigned it and worked with the applicant, and really came up with a nice project. When it came to the LCRD, we heard from the community. We listened as they explained their legal concerns and their concerns about their HOA and some of the things that were going on. But we realized that's not what the LCRD is about, is to get involved in legal issues. We try to talk about development. So we tried to develop a plan B. If the community's legal issues fail, we've worked hard on a plan B. What is in front of you is a great plan B. If this gets built, it'll be good for the community. It'll be good for everyone. If the community wins their legal case, it won't get built. Well, good for them. But one of the things that's very important is there were stipulations that were created in this process that the applicant, the developer, the LCRD, and even the opposition agreed those stipulations need to be a part of it. Whether they are enforceable or not, they need to be a part of this plan because it shows the intent. It shows what we were talking about and what we were doing. I gave you all a copy of that, and I would urge you to approve this case with those stipulations intact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hattel, for your long-standing leadership in the Levine area. So that's all the cards I have for speakers in favor. I know there is a huge number of white cards, meaning not wishing to speak in support of the item. Now I have a large number of cards in opposition. And pursuant to the list that I have gotten, the first speaker will be Yolanda Gutierrez. Ms. Gutierrez, you want to come forward first? I'll respect the order of cards that I was given. They came in right in at 20 minutes, so again, I'll give the opposition a total of 20 minutes. You decide how long you go, obviously, with a number of speakers, as reasonably brief as possible, so that way all the speakers have an opportunity to participate. Ms. Gutierrez, you are first, and we'll start the timer now. Go ahead.
Before we begin, the sea of green that you hear today with the stickers, I don't know how many of these people live in the Cotton Fields community. If you see, we've got buttons here that says Keep Levine Green. We started a homeowners group called Preserve and Protect Levine. Can you guys please stand up? These are actual homeowners that live in Levine.
Thank you.
Those are church members that have filled this place.
We're both speaking. We're both speaking.
Oh, do you have the PowerPoint?
Oh, is the PowerPoint set up?
No,
That's not the first page.
It's not the
All right,
first
well,
page.
this time will not count against you. We get to the first page of the PowerPoint for the
That's
individuals.
not the first page either.
Okay, we'll get it right.
And there's two of us speaking on this matter.
Is that the first page?
That's the
That's
first
page one.
page.
Okay, so now
And
your
there's going to be
time-
two of us doing this presentation. This is Bobby and I'm Yolanda.
Okay, go ahead. Now, we'll start your time now, please.
Okay, and I'm Bobby McLeod. I'm a resident of Cotton
Nice to meet
Fields. Okay, we are here to voice our opposition to the rezone application, lay out the reasons for the opposition, and highlight the negative impact to Levine and more specifically to our community, which consists of 450 homes of your constituents.
There are three highlights. One, maintaining the character of Levine. Two, conforming with the general plan and the Southwest Growth Study. And three, protecting the rights of the 450 homeowners in the Cotton Field community.
For those that aren't familiar with Levine, the character of Levine is rural, equestrian, and open space. To those who do not live in Levine, these photos may seem quirky, but to us in Levine, this is our norm.
The character of Levine is continually challenged by developers, but the character of Levine is not changing.
Just last year, the City Council and the voters adopted the current general plan. And the designation for this property is parks, open space, and privately owned. As noted by city staff, the application is not consistent with the general plan use designation.
Using the same general plan map, we darkened the riverbed and mountain range to emphasize the two remaining locations of green open space in Laveen. The parcel in this rezoning application is part of the remaining open space and is the baseline frontage to our community.
In 1998, the city outlined a plan for the development and growth of the Phoenix metropolitan area and made strategic decisions as set forth in the Southwest Growth Study that Laveen would remain largely rural.
The proposed rezone is grossly inconsistent with the Southwest Growth Study, and this land is already zoned golf course open space.
Regarding commercial development, this growth study provides that other locations along South Mountain Loop are less desirable for development given potential impacts on existing neighborhoods. Why? Because all major commercial was to be limited to 3 specific locations: 35th Avenue, Dobbins Avenue, and 51st Avenue.
In addition to this growth study and general plan, this parcel is subject to deed restriction, which limits the use of this property as golf course or open space. The governing documents explicitly state the golf course property shall be used solely and exclusively for golf course use or as open space and for no other purposes.
The governing document also provides that a 2/3 affirmative vote by our community is required to change the use restriction. The following are multiple attorney letters on this very same subject.
We want to highlight this June 11, 2015 correspondence, which responded to a letter sent by 53 homeowners. In this letter, our current HOA attorney, Troy Stratman, stated that REMA cannot be amended without a vote of the membership. His direct quote was, "The association is well aware of Section 5 of REMA, the use restriction, and cannot be amended without a vote of the membership." Remember the date in this letter, June 11, 2015. It's going to be very important. You should also note that only one vote of this community was taken, and that was in 2011. At that time, 75% of our community voted no to the then proposed change to commercial. It is clear that this rezone application if this rezone application is granted and the applicant is allowed to commercialize our southern border without complying with the required community vote, the applicant will come back to you to seek additional rezone to 2 parcels on the northern border of our community.
The applicant's attorney continually states there was a judgment in the lawsuit that resolves this issue. However, he couldn't be further from the truth. No judge has ever ruled on the validity of the deed restriction in this parcel. Remember that June 2015 letter? 6 weeks after that letter went to the homeowners, in July 2015, there was a settlement entered into by 4 members of the HOA board, but the settlement itself was never approved by the homeowners. The settlement dismissed the lawsuit and, unbeknownst to the homeowners, gave away our rights. As the attorneys previously stated, as shown on prior slides, this was not the right that the HOA board possessed to give away. We would be remiss if we did not also address certain statements made by the applicant during this entire hearing process. The applicant's attorney talked of multiple community meetings, but the reality was there was only one poorly noticed presentation and not a meeting within the community of the homeowners affected. Less than 50 homeowners knew about the presentation and attended. In the same vein, the attorney for the applicant also stated that Laveen residents need a place to connect in their community. There is no shortage of places to connect in Laveen.
The applicant's attorney also claimed that there was a need to transition from large commercial to smaller commercial and then to a golf course. Nothing transitions to a golf course better than a driving range. The applicant's attorney further contends that the parcels were not designated golf course when it purchased the property. However, the applicant clearly knew about the deed restriction and attested to such in court. Moreover, as evident by this rezoning request, the entire golf course property is zoned GC. Selling the actual 18 holes and attempting to partition it does not remove the GC designation.
Contrary to what the applicant is saying, there is no evidence of community support other than 3 board members and a handful of others.
How do we know what the community wants? We have a good pulse of our community. I personally walked my neighborhood. I spoke with my neighbors. I gathered and submitted over 100 signed signatures on a petition demanding a vote on this specific issue. The HOA secretary accepted the petition. She set a date for a community vote pursuant to Arizona statute, just in time for this city council meeting. The board, including its president, discussed the voting procedures, yet in spite of his and the board's public assurances, this board president failed to instruct the management company to mail ballots to the homeowners, once again obstructing our right to vote.
Why is that important to us as homeowners? Homes in a golf course community generally sell for 25 to 27% more than those that are not. Our homes are a significant investment, which we did not enter into lightly. All parties, our community and the applicant, are bound by the contractual agreements. We, the homeowners, have tried to We, the homeowners, have the right to control any change of use to this golf course property. This community has tried and tried and tried again to correct this injustice. However, we've been thwarted at every venture.
In addition to the 105 homeowner signatures we received, we also received over 500 signatures on change.org in support of our opposition. Our rights and voices have been ignored. And this applicant is proceeding as if the deed restriction does not exist. City Council, you can stop this injustice and help us. Deny the application and send this applicant back to this community for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that great testimony from both sides. The City Council had received a letter from LCRD with some suggested stipulations, which we've shared with the planning director. Some of them are one of them is adding individuals to the notification list, which we will happily do. Could we ask our planning director to explain the other stipulations and perhaps give us some insight on why the Planning Commission removed them?
Certainly, Vice Mayor, members of council, the stipulations that the LCRD worked out are stipulations that are either duplicative or not legally enforceable. And so stipulation number 1 requires that all property owners within a 1,000-foot radius shall be notified of all future public hearings. There's already stipulation number 14 that requires for any planning hearing officer, preliminary site plan, and a whole list of people that would be notified of that hearing, of which the memo that came out earlier today adds 2 additional folks to that, Mr. Phil Hertel and Mr. John Komodo. And I believe we can certainly add under stipulation number 2 from LCRD, Mr. John Marcus to that and get his address. And that will cover all of the notice so that everyone is aware of anything that may potentially change in the future. Stipulation number 3 is proposed by LCRD is a zoning reversion stipulation that the city does not do any longer because we don't have the resources to do any reversion cases. We have cases that are out there that had a time stipulation put on them a number of years ago that the city does. I don't have the staff resources to go through and revert the zoning on those cases. You have to go back through the exact same process that you do, and so staff would have to post each property, do all the notices, and we don't simply have the resources to do that at this time, so we don't recommend any inclusion of a zoning reversion stipulation. If the zoning change is good and the council desires to approve it, it will be good in 5 years, 6 years. The circumstances surrounding this property being at a major intersection of 59th Avenue and Baseline Road and 900 feet from a freeway aren't going to change in that time period. And then the final one is any attempt to modify a church site plan shall not include new opportunities for C1 retail uses. And that particular stipulation, under some court cases, the city cannot exclude individual uses as part of a zoning classification. So the approval of C1 would allow for any of the C1 neighborhood retail uses to locate in there. Like a restaurant, C1 does not allow for a bar to be located in that. But those uses could change over time. However, with the stipulated site plan, they would have to be something that would be in that church building. If there were any changes to the building, that was outside the general conformance stipulation, those would have to come back through a public hearing process.
Wonderful, thank you. And after this went to Planning Commission, I had worked with your office to add a stipulation 18 related to underground fuel storage tanks, which was something we added in response to significant community interest. Could you walk us through that stipulation?
Correct, Vice Mayor, Mayor, members of council. In this particular instance, the new stipulation number 18 reads that development shall not include any underground fuel storage tanks as approved by the Planning and Development Department. So this would make it practically impossible for someone to develop a gas station on the site, which I believe was the use that primarily had residents concerned.
Wonderful, thank you. And I have some additional questions, but I think I will let staff member, or my colleagues on the city council.
Is there time for rebuttal on this matter, or is all testimony? Excuse me.
The opposition still has 12 minutes remaining.
Sorry.
Okay, so we're still in the public hearing portion of this case, and how much time has the opposition utilized? 10 minutes left? All right. 10 minutes and 30 seconds, that's what you have left. So if the opposition wants to keep going?
Do you have our list? Of course.
Yes, who was the last speaker?
It was Yolanda and...
And Bobby?
Bobby. Yeah.
So you're Christy?
No, she had to leave.
You're Hollis?
I'm Wendy.
You're Wendy. What about Hollis? Is number 4 is what I have. Or do you want to cede your time to somebody else? Hollis?
No, he's going to come speak.
Okay, please, so you'll speak and then Wendy. I only have first names on the card, that's why, but I'll...
Hollis Jocelyn, I'm a resident of the Cotton Fields community. Before I get started, could I ask for a show of hands of how many of the church folks live in the Cotton Fields community?
All right, you don't have to ask that question, it's okay.
Okay.
I appreciate the sentiment, but we're not going to put people on the spot here. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to start by just reemphasizing what our previous neighbors had said, that not only would this rezone be inconsistent with the general plan, it'd also be in direct violation of a deed restriction at the Cotton Fields community, which guarantees the property at issue here would remain golf course or open space. So I think, what I'd like you to think about is what they're suggesting here is that by the board deciding to go ahead and approve this without a vote of the community, this is analogous to your planning and zoning board seeing something, thinking that's a pretty good idea and deciding, well, okay, we're going to go ahead. We don't need to allow the city council to vote on this. This is the same thing basically is what we're talking about here. So, I mean, we've got a half a room full of plaintiffs over here that are going to pursue this with or without the help of a corrupt homeowners association. That's what we're dealing with. By approving a rezone request here, I think this body would actually be, in essence, a party to a breach of contract, interference with a private contract. That's what's happening here. So, we're not asking for special treatment. We're not asking you to take some affirmative action on our behalf. We're simply asking you to do the right thing and deny this rezoning request, or if you can't do that, at least at a minimum, give us a continuance on this. Or let me just put it this way. I think the only other case I've seen where something like this has been done, where you could violate a private contract, private deed restrictions, take property and use it for another use, is an eminent domain action. And if there's something so compelling here that eminent domain is applicable, well, then why don't we do that? Otherwise, I don't see how this council could, in any good faith, approve a rezone while this action is still pending. Thank you.
Thank you very
Sir,
much.
Oh, sir, I just want to ask him a couple of questions, too, about the HOA part.
Real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
It's a little awkward because in this portion of the hearing,
Oh, Mayor,
And the council members, once the public hearing is closed, then
No big deal.
bring
I
back
don't
council. I just want to make sure I'm operating
can wait.
correctly.
So, I'm sorry, Mayor, what was your question?
Okay, so we're in we set this procedure up where you give a presentation, we go into public hearing, and then we turn it over to council members. During the pendency of the public hearing, is it okay for council members to ask individuals questions? If it is,
I'm good either way. I don't.
Mayor, I think if it's probably easier to hold questions till the end and get through the public and then
Okay.
have
I'll
all
follow
the
that,
council
Mayor.
ask.
Thank you very much,
You'd be
councilors.
willing to come back up and answer questions in a moment?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so Councilman DeCiccio, we'll, as an agreement, we'll hold questions off to the public hearing. That time did not count against you. Let's see, Wendy, you are next. Wendy E. And I think you have papers for the council, looks like.
Can we share it with the planning staff as well?
Hello, my name is Wendy Ensminger. I live in the Cotton Fields community. I've been there since 2004. You guys have a dilemma here because we have a contractual agreement with 450 homeowners, not an HOA board. They didn't have a right to enter into the settlement they made with Jaguar Properties. If there is a settlement, it's limited to the HOA board and not to and is not binding to the 450 homeowners because there was never a community vote granting that right. This settlement did not acknowledge the Second and Third Amendment that was valid. In fact, it repeatedly stated that by past and present HOA attorneys that these amendments were invalid and unenforceable. Therefore, there is no harm now to the community, but if you go ahead and do this rezone, you're going to be harming the community because you're going to cause a breach of contract. And we need a 2/3 vote of our community in order for this to be changed. We're not just a disgruntled group of homeowners who don't want development. The HOA board aligned themselves against the community by giving the applicant unapproved meeting minutes used against the community in a lawsuit. The meeting, the HOA board approved the settlement. It was not noticed to the community, and it was put on the agenda as golf course update. The remedy is simple. The developer must come back to the community, for a vote to have any change of use of the land, and without an affirmative vote of this council, there can be no harm to our community. Please vote no to rezone.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Jesse A. Jesse A., how much time is left? 6 minutes. Jesse Airy. That's Jesse A. We know Jesse. All right, good to see you. And then followed by Doris.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I don't get a chance to visit with you that often. I've lived in Phoenix for almost 50 years. My wife and I own a home in Laveen, in this area, that is being considered tonight. And one of the things that I would like to say, that since many of you know that I happen to be a realtor, I understand the importance of recognizing the value and the integrity of homeowner association rules and regulations. I also have an understanding of how CC&Rs elevate support and willingness for people who buy property in those areas. And I can say to you, without a doubt, that this, in my opinion, is a gross neglect. It's a blatant attempt to abuse the understanding and ability and usurp the authority of property owners. We know what is going on here. We know that these people want this land for commercial use, but we also know that we bought those houses with the understanding that that property would remain a golf course. You are dealing with a situation now similar to what you dealt with in Ahwatukee just several months ago. You are dealing with a situation that you are dealing with now with properties on Interstate 17 up near the juvenile detention home, where folks are bringing in folks who have unlikable criteria. You're dealing with a property now that has similar situations like the one at Central Avenue and Bethany Home Road that involves a church that is bringing on a senior citizen nursing home. Here is the issue. The issue is when we buy properties, and we buy properties on behalf of what we think the future will hold, according to those CC&Rs, we expect you, as the city, to uphold us. And if you don't uphold us, you are absolutely negating your responsibility. My concern here is not that these folks might bring on a very beautiful edifice to the property. My concern is following the opportunity and the transparency of buying houses and knowing that you're going to buy a piece of property that is not going to be impacted by these kinds of situations. Do we know what's going to happen to that property after it gets bought? The Fairfax High School is located right across the street from this property. And I stood and helped initiate and establish the Fairfax High School because I was a friend of Betty Fairfax. What I would love for you to do is not only consider denying this, but if you cannot deny it, at least bring it to the attention of the property owners and let each property owner decide what they wish to do in the future of this property. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Airy. Doris is the final speaker, and I think we only have a couple minutes left. 2 minutes. Doris, did you wish to provide testimony? Doris F. She's coming. Okay, good.
Good evening. My name is Doris Finney, and I'm a recent resident to Levine, Cottonfield area. I purchased my house in February of this year. I was inundated with paper from the HOA, but nothing telling me of this rezoning going on here. I came from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I sold 3 properties to move here and to buy my home, hoping to retire here. I would like to see the golf course stay. That was a part of why I purchased my property. I have the very first house there. I see the sunset. I see the mountains. I see baseline, okay? I don't want my view obstructed. That's a part of why I bought the property. That was the beauty of it. So I urge you to please help us save our property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so I have no other speakers, and we've had both sides give plenty of time, full 20 minutes, both for and against. Mr. Lazar, you're asking for extra time, but you had a full 20 minutes. Was there a material misstatement made by?
Is there time for rebuttal, Mayor?
Well, I'm asking a question really about, do you feel like there was a legal misstatement made?
Yeah, there were several.
As brief as possible, so that we get the full story before this council, and I'll give the other side a chance to talk. But
Okay.
you've given your side the full 20 minutes.
This won't take long. There have been several accusations that somehow there's been a circumvention of a required vote here. These are private deed restrictions that they're talking about. City has not been involved in those. Those can and can't be enforced.
No one's doubting that.
by-
Obviously, we're aware that we're not a party to that
Okay.
civil dispute.
And secondly, these people have had an opportunity to be involved all the way up the line in order to voice their opposition. Lastly, which is the litigation that they're talking about, which shouldn't really be a part of this, we should be really talking about the zoning. That was determined by a court of law, and I've submitted that decision by the court based upon an agreement of the community represented by the Homeowners Association that took this property out of the golf course well before my client purchased this property. It's no longer been in the golf course for 5 years. And in fact, because of that, the golf course, the remaining portion of the golf course has been saved because of the financial condition now. That it was dismissed. The case was dismissed with prejudice. These people tried to bring a case that said that you must have covenants, conditions, and restrictions enforcing this. The case was dismissed with prejudice, which means that it can't be brought back again. And that's all I want to say about the litigation, because it really should have no place in this.
All right, thank you very
this
much.
location.
I'll give you the opportunity for sir rebuttal for any of the folks in opposition to what Mr. Lazarus has indicated. Obviously, there's an ongoing civil dispute. We are not a party. The city council is not a party to that. Today's decision will be a zoning recommendation and decision by this council. It will not be passing judgment on either side of a potential litigation in this matter.
Thank you.
All right. Did anybody else want to do a quick sir rebuttal to Mr. Lazarus said? Obviously, the points have been well made about the legal dispute, and I think this council probably doesn't want to hear a lot of
No.
information about legal dispute only because that's a private issue that we're not a party to.
Yes, just to set the record straight, the HOA board does not have the authority to enter into the settlement that they did. 450 homeowners are the people who purchased that. That is where the agreement lies with, not an HOA board. As far as the settlement, the lawsuit being thrown out, it was settled, like I said, by the HOA board. There was another instance of notice of errata that was dismissed, but it didn't validate or give enforcement to the Second and Third Amendment. So both of those rebuttals were not correct.
Thank you very much. Okay. With that, the public hearing on item 83 is now closed. This is in the Vice Mayor's district, so I'll decide. Councilman DeCiccio had some questions. I don't know if you first want to make a motion, see if there's a second, and then turn it over to council members for comments or questions. Whatever way you'd like to proceed, Vice Mayor.
I think we'll take council member questions first.
Okay, Councilman DeCiccio, you had a question for a citizen.
Actually, it could be to any of the individuals that were part of the HOA, and I didn't realize the extent of this too. And it's hard to believe some of the comments about the HOA board doing all those things until you actually see it. I'm talking to the individuals with the green stickers. I've seen this firsthand, and this is maybe something we as a council want to take up. I've seen there's a particular HOA that had an election with individuals, had a 40% turnout, highest ever. Now, remember, city council elections have 32% turnout, 36% turnout in my district, which is the highest in the city. Others will have 11, 12%. How does an HOA election get 40? It's virtually impossible to do that. These individuals, I'm just giving you a story here because I want people to understand what's really going on with some of these HOAs that are going on across the country, across the state, and what the real rules are and what the law is that I was able to look into. We had that some of the individuals wanted to go take a look, and they said, hey, we just want to see who voted. That's normal here. You can always see. You can always pull a voter roll, find out who voted. They were precluded from doing that. They were systematically targeted. I'm not saying that this occurred here. I don't know. But I'm trying to show you that there's a bigger issue that's happening and that's in play in the state. And I've actually thought about creating some legislation at the state to maybe help fix some of this stuff. So we inquired and asked, what happens to an individual that, or an HOA that does ballot stuffing, for example? Let's say they stuff a ballot. They're not allowed to do that, but there are no penalties against them for doing that. There's like nothing that can happen to them. So essentially what ends up happening with some of these HOA boards is pretty dramatic. And it's an impactful thing. It destroys people's lives. I've got seniors in my district. I mean, they're older people, old. I mean, they should never have to deal with this. They've got constant harassing letters because they're relentless in what they do to some of these individuals. So the reason I'm speaking to this crowd here is that what's happening to some of these individuals may actually be happening. And when you hear these things, I couldn't have believed that these things could have happened until I started looking into it, and it's terrible. The amount of control these boards can have, basically once they're in, they can find ways to be in forever. So I'm just relaying a point here that is concerning to me. This is the first I've heard this argument. And it's something that I think future-wise, we may as a city want to look. I know it's outside of our purview, and if the city doesn't want to do it, I'll do it on my own at the state legislature, of how to fix this. Because I'll tell you, it's really a lot more impactful to people's lives than you can think when you have a board that doesn't follow, that doesn't do anything, but does only what they're doing. I mean, there are accusations of some of the board members being on the take. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff that's going on. We had a situation even where a developer in my district, we have a village planning chairman. Been there for quite a few years. This village planning chairman, who I'd known for years, who was a friend, well, a developer hired him, never told anybody on a major zoning case. Never told them. So that person's no longer there. The village planning chairman, head of a committee, was hired by an individual. It's just beyond the realm of reasoning. It's so immoral, I can't even tell you. I was quite furious, as you could probably guess, but the person was able to resign. So I don't know what occurs here, but I'm just trying to make sure that people understand that these things are very real, that do happen. I'm not in a position to judge who's right and who's wrong here. I'm just not. All I can do is give my own personal experience from some of these HOA boards. Thank you, Mayor. Well, that doesn't mean I'm favorable toward your case or not. I mean, I'm just trying to relay something that I think that is a personal experience that I saw, and it was, I mean, it just wasn't right. Let me just put it that way.
Thank you. Other, let's see, other questions by members of the council? Okay, Vice Mayor, do you have Councilwoman, please.
I have plenty of questions. One of the questions is the general plan. There were statements regarding that this does not fit in the general plan and the Southwest Growth Study. What general plan are we speaking of? The current general plan, the past general plan? Where is this statement coming from? Alan?
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, the staff report outlines several goals that are met in the current general plan, particularly related to this application. It also talks about the general plan land use designation, which is the big land use map. And that land use map has this particular parcel shown as Parks Open Space, because that was part of the golf course that it was there. However, the general plan also has in language that's built into it in the current general plan and in the old general plan that does not measure general plan conformance at a major intersection of two arterial streets down to less than 12 acres. So in this particular case, for a commercial corner, you can come forward with a zoning application and not be consistent with the general plan, so long as you're in that 12 net acre threshold, which this application is. So therefore, it does meet the general plan requirements, because it meets that exception, even though the land use designation is not commercial in this case.
And then when I got lost, I got lost in pieces of REMA section 5.1. Is that the homeowners, the HOA regulations, policy, procedures?
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, that is correct. That is a private governance document that the city's not involved with.
Okay. And GC designation.
So, Mayor, Councilman Pastor, the GC designation is the current zoning on the property. GC stands for golf course, so it only allows for a golf course use and accessory uses like a driving range or a clubhouse, restaurant, those types of uses.
Okay. So I have actually several questions, and I don't know who to direct them to. One is, how many people in the LCRD live in the Cotton Fields neighborhood? So I don't know who can answer that.
Probably Phil, is Phil Hertel still here?
If you wish to speak, if you could come to the microphone, I think, so people can hear.
I know you probably don't have the exact number, but You have a sense of the question of the LCRD, the folks that you have been a leader on for many, many years, how many live within the vicinity of this proposed project?
And I guess where I'm really getting at to Phil is, did the LCRD work with the neighbors in the Cottonfield neighborhood?
Okay, in answer to your first question, I know that there's one LCRD member that lives there. I don't know if there are any others, but I can tell you that the LCRD meetings that we discussed this case were probably some of the most attended meetings we've had in years, because we had 20 to 40 people from the community at our meetings, and at our meetings, we try not to limit time. We let everybody speak their piece as much as possible, so there was a lot of involvement from the community.
And there's a lot of involvement with the homeowners in the cotton fields. Is that that's what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the 30 or 40 people, or maybe more, that attended were from the Cotton Fields community, and they were very outspoken, and they made very good presentations like they did here tonight.
Okay, thank you. So what I have to say is, I guess I found it, I don't even know the right word to use right now, and it's regarding to both sides. And what I was listening to language, and I was listening to how one another speaks about one another. And the language that I heard were these people, these this, these that, when in all reality, we're a community. And a community right now where we're divided. But in fact, we're a community. And to speak to and I'm listening to language, because I listen to language all the time, and it really disturbed me to hear that these people over here and these people over here, when in all reality, it's us. And how do we work together, and how do we come together? And there is, I found in the story, some discrepancies. And in the story, I found discrepancies on both sides. And so I don't think it's pitting each other against each other. I would like to really see a win-win in this community that deserves vibrancy. Not that it's not, but deserves more vibrancy and more space for one another. And so I'm just articulating that because that's what I'm trying to hear the stories and hear where do we go? How do I go? Where do I go in all of this? I found it disturbing, and I don't know how true it is because I heard it today, and I'm a person that likes to seek the truth. And regarding the whole HOA piece and the voting, that's very disturbing to me. And so, Councilman DeCiccio, as you were speaking earlier, I think we do need to look at something regarding in that area. And how we do it, I don't know. But I'm just saying because everyone's passionate about their issue right now. And everybody's passionate about what they would like to see in that space. And so I'm just articulating what I saw from here and how I saw it. And I'm hoping that there could be a resolution to this. When it comes to the deeds, I know that's a legal matter, and that's where we're out of this. And we've had other cases very not similar, but cases regarding deeds. And so I do know that is a legal issue, and that's something that you guys will have to take on. But thank you for listening to me and to my comments.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Other council comments or questions? Councilman Nowakowski.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm on the same page as Laura. I used to represent this area after redistricting. It was passed over to District 8, our vice mayor's district. And it's really sad. It's sad to sit here and listen to this. It's sad, I'm a resident of Laveen, to hear us attacking each other. What the church has done in that community is incredible. I mean, protecting our kids during Halloween and all the activities and everything that you all put on, and making sure that kids have backpacks and school supplies and all that. And at the same time, hearing from the residents that they're not getting heard. And I don't think they're against having a church, but what they're against is that there's not communication, they're not working things out. What I'm hearing is that there was an April 14th meeting that the developers were putting on. How many of you all attended that April 14th meeting? And can we have one of you come on up? Can you have somebody come up to the microphone because you're on television?
We'll have both sides respond
Right,
to this.
absolutely.
Thank you very much. Other comments or questions by members of this?
Oh, so I wanted a
Council.
response from.
Okay, I'm
so the
just
April
I apologize.
14th meeting was,
Okay, there wasn't a meeting. It's been called a meeting, but it was a presentation. It was, I call it a dog and pony show. There were easels around the room with different presentations, different pieces of the slides that you see over here. And there were 2 or 3 people stationed at each one. And people could go from station to station and ask their questions and have their conversation. When you get outside the room, people did not hear the same thing. So it's not for me to judge, but I know that different things were said with different groups of people. So it wasn't a meeting per se where you sit down and everybody hears the same thing.
were your concerns heard during that process?
I'm sorry?
Was there any concerns that you have? Were you able to voice them or document them or pass it on to the?
No, other than word of mouth, whomever was there, could speak to their neighbors or speak to whomever they wanted to, but it was not a formal meeting. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, members of the council, that it was a neighborhood meeting that was pursuant to the requirements under the zoning requirements. It was noticed 600 feet away from the property, and all homeowners associations within 1 mile. It was an open house. There were people there that were in favor, and there were people there that were in opposition. It was open to express their opinion. Some expressed their opinion, some didn't. We don't control that, obviously. Since then, there was 2 LCRD meetings where there were substantial people both in favor and against. And there was a village planning committee meeting where there was a substantial number of people that were against and in favor. And then again, the planning commission. There has not been a case that I've been on where there have been as many meetings because of LCRD to a great extent. As many meetings and as many expression of both sides as I've seen in these series of meetings, including that neighborhood meeting.
Thank you. And then one other question is for members
Councilman.
of the community. I drive by there. My kids practice at Betty Fairfax on Mondays and Thursdays. It is a blighted piece of property. What do you all want, or what can you put in that property to make it look better?
Okay,
Or what
well-
would the neighborhood, what do you all want? Because I
Okay.
think that this plan that they have right now, it seems like it's a church, and it looks like it's going to be not high rises, but it's going to be C1 that doesn't permit. How high can you actually go on C1?
Mayor, Councilman
2
Nowakowski,
stories.
30 feet, 2
30 feet.
stories.
Okay.
Okay, what do we want? We want to retain the property that we have. It's my understanding, and obviously you can correct me if I'm wrong,
Right.
but we're supposed to be talking about the use and not the user. And it's sad that the conversation keeps going back to the fact that a proposed use is the church. We don't know. Once you grant the zoning, and you know this better than I, once you grant the zoning, all bets are off. What do we want there? We bought into a community. Let me describe the community to you. We're buffered. We're buffered on the south by Baseline, on the north by Southern, on each side golf course. What a joy to buy into that community. You know, with all the craziness of development that's going on, you know that you got a little niche that's safe. And so this is part of our community. It's basically part of it's our whole frontage to our community. The only thing that would remain once that zoning, or if that zoning comes to fruition, the only thing that remains is a driveway to our gate beyond all the commercial. We all know the developer has even suggested, this is even stated, They have 2 more parcels on the north end, which is on Southern Avenue. So we're going to be sandwiched in between commercial. This isn't what we bought into, and quite frankly, it's not a matter for us to decide what's going to be there, because this property is not supposed to be changed from golf course open space. If the community were to vote, and I know that's beyond your purview, but if the community were to vote on this matter, we honestly don't know. I have a good feeling how it's going to go, but we honestly don't know for a fact how the vote would go. If the vote went, yes, we're in charge of having, someone come in and commercialize this area, well, then so be it. Then, then we discuss what's going to go there. But our position is it's our community. It's not open for rezone, because according to our documents, this is part of our community.
But I'm also part of that community looking from the outside in, and it's a blighted piece of property. So what I'm trying to figure out is, if I'm going to vote no on this, what else are we going to put, or who's going to actually put a driving range, who's going to keep that driving range up, so every time we drive by there, it's not blighted. So I want to make sure that it's a win-win for those individuals that live in Laveen, and also for those individuals that live in your community. So
Okay, I
I'm not
understand
sure
what you're
that would
saying.
be, right?
I understand what you're saying, and there are other options. There are people within and outside the community that want to take that driving range, want to bring it back to the driving range that it was, to develop in a thoughtful manner so that it remains open space. What the proposal is once this deeded property goes commercial, the golf course will put in a little practice range. Now, I don't know how many of you are golfers, but you don't hit a golf ball into a net to practice your driving. We have two high schools that use this driving range to teach the children how to golf. And neither one of them believe that a little practice range with a net is going to suffice. The other thing I want to say is, golf courses, generally speaking, and most golf professionals will tell you this, that they're not sustainable without a golf course driving range. The other thing, and this is just a
May I
personal
ask you
thought.
one question?
Is that
So
it?
Is the driving range owned by the homeowners association? Or who
The
does it?
driving range is part of the property that's within the CC&Rs. So that's,
Okay.
when you buy into the community, this is the property.
May I clarify something?
Only at the whim of Councilor Nowakowski. He's got the floor now, and so he can
May I
direct questions whoever he
clarify?
wants. So it's up to Councilor
Oh,
Nowakowski.
absolutely.
Hi, this
The owner-
property is no longer part of the golf course. This property is not owned by the golf course owner. It's owned by my client. My client is a separate property owner. It's owned by that individual. It's not going to be a driving range, because a private owner is not going to build a private driving range. It's not going to be open space, because that's an unreasonable request, is to ask that someone keep their own private property as open space. It's not reasonable use for the property. So something's going to happen there. The question is going to be, is something going to be happening there that will be considered to be a good transition from that which is occurring to the west? And that's what we've been trying to do with working with these people. This would literally not, if it were open space or a driving range, it literally would keep that property from being economically viable. I'm not suggesting a taking, I'm just saying it doesn't become economically viable. We hope that you would look at that and realize what the situation is today and do a good land use that makes sense from a zoning perspective, albeit there may be private discussions later on about covenants and restrictions and enforceability and all of those other things.
All right, Councilman, you have questions, additional questions
Just
for any
for,
other? Please.
for our attorney, so going back, who actually owns that piece of property?
Yeah.
And is there a lawsuit or so that might overturn that?
And I think
To your
maybe I
opinion,
can
I'm not sure.
phrase it, hopefully it's acceptable, but is it appropriate for us to move forward today? Is there anything restricting this council from moving forward today?
Mayor, members of the council, no, there's not. There's a difference of opinion on the private property rights involved, but they're not affected by the
Do we
zoning
have to move?
change.
Mayor?
So no, there's nothing that would prohibit us from moving forward today.
Okay, Councilman, you have additional questions?
Mayor?
Oh, just a moment. Well, it's Councilman Nowakowski has the floor, and when he's finished, we can see if anybody else wants to recognize other speakers.
So my question to you, sir, is what would happen if we just allowed a church to be built there?
Mr. Airy, is that addressed to Mr. Airy?
You're right.
Mr. Airy?
Would you be open to
Mayor?
that, seeing that that would be the best purpose
Mayor?
for that property?
Councilman Nowakowski,
Yes, sir.
the question that you asked a minute ago on the April
April 14th?
14 meeting, that was not a meeting that involved all of the residents of Cottonwood. That was an announcement. And as far as I'm concerned, I didn't even get the notice. Now, when you ask how many of these people are property owners, and they indicated only one with a green T-shirt on, my concern here is this is unlike anything I'm used to knowing as to how this city reaches out to the community. Councilwoman Gallego made a good point when she said that building partnerships is what's important. If you want to build partnerships, you need to at least engage the people who are property owners, people who have investment there. And to that extent, when you ask, Mayor, is this issue need to be decided on today, I would urge you to say no.
No, thank you very much. And the question really was there a legal restriction on us moving forward today? The answer was, no, there's not a legal restriction on us moving forward here today. Obviously, at the request of one or more council members, it could be a different day, but in terms of any legal restriction, our council is saying this is an appropriate action for us to take if we decide to move forward today.
Correct.
Okay. Councilman Nowakowski, do you have additional questions?
If we didn't move on today, would there be any restrictions on behalf of the owners? Is there any timeline that you have to meet, or?
Mr. Lazarus, you want to talk about timing issues as it relates to today or a different day?
We need to move today for several reasons. First of all, you've seen the divisiveness. We have taken every shot at trying to resolve those things. I'm not sure that any further negotiations or discussions will resolve anything. But more importantly, we have a letter of intent for the bank piece, and that could be put in jeopardy if we have any delay. In addition, the church has got the money; they're ready, willing, and able. They have a grant, a second grant that's come about, contingent on this moving ahead, and they have a preferable loan that they're getting for this. So we need to move ahead on this as quickly as possible so we don't lose the opportunity to what I believe to be a good land use.
All right, thank you very much. Other councilmen, you have any additional questions?
Mrs. Gutierrez, what do you feel about that response?
I just have one quick statement. The pastor today said that they were ready to buy the land. This is my biggest concern is, great, they have money to buy, but they have said that they don't have money to build. So if in 5 years they have no money to build, are we going to still have that eyesore? Are we going to still have this issue? Are we going to continue to keep fighting this fight?
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman, you have all the
The
questions answered?
second grant is for building, and they have an assurance that they're going to be a second grant, not just for the purchase, but for the building of the property as well.
Mr. Lazarus, are you guaranteeing they're going to build? I mean, you don't want to be put in that position. We're making a land use decision, and we've all been around the block many times. So we have to make a land use decision. You're not assuring us that the church is absolutely going to be built, are you?
I'm telling you
Please don't put us in
that-
that position.
no,
That's
I'm not-
that would be a very awkward position for you to be in if that turned out not to be true. You
I
get
would
the point.
never
So I
guarantee-
get you get the point that there are steps being taken along the way, but we're making a land use zoning decision here tonight. We're not making it on any particular use. That would be inappropriate, as you have taught me many times.
The lady to my left indicated that there was a real viable possibility that they would never build. And what I'm suggesting to you, while I'm making no guarantee, that they are lining up the appropriate monies in order to build. I am making no guarantees.
Many a client that you've represented have come before us. Some build, some don't. So on that particular issue, I don't want to put you in a position where you're presenting information as counsel that may not turn out to be accurate a few years
I'm
down the
making
line.
it clear, I'm making no guarantees.
All right, good point.
I don't make a guarantee there won't be a recession next week either.
You're with counsel many times, I'm sure, in the future. So, yeah, no, I appreciate that. We're making a land use decision, not a particular use or user decision here tonight. Okay. Other questions or comments?
You know, Mayor, right now, I don't feel comfortable voting on this. I believe that we need more time. I think we need to make sure that both groups sit down and work it out. I think that Levine is such a great community to live in. I think that the church is an asset and needs to be, it's a strong part of our community. I believe that sitting down and talking and trying to figure out what's going to actually happen with that piece of property. I don't want to drive by 59th and Baseline seeing a blighted area. If it's a beautiful church or whatever, I would love to see that happen. But at the same time, I want to respect the rights of the individuals that own the property surrounding that. And I believe that we're almost there. I believe if you sit down, you talk, you have that conversation, but at the same time, I don't want the developer to actually lose an anchor bank that would probably make the deal go through. So I'm stuck in the middle, and I'm not ready to vote on this personally.
Just one real quick.
Okay, ma'am, no, the council, we've had a public hearing already, and whoever has the floor may ask a question, but it's not appropriate to jump up to the mic without a question directly from a member of the council. Okay, so, Vice Mayor?
So, Larry, if you could come up for a second. This is a difficult decision, one of the most difficult I've faced in my time as a council member. There are community leaders who I consider friends on both sides, and I would really like to work this out. But you have argued to me that a vote to continue is a vote to kill this project.
It's my understanding that LOI could be in jeopardy and the development, but give me a second, please.
Okay. And while he confers, just wanted to, we have had discussions as the city about the legal issues, and our legal counsel has advised us that we really do make the land use decision, and we are not the jurisdiction for the HOA dispute, so that what is before us today is whether this is an appropriate land use for a parcel on Baseline near a neighborhood and a freeway. Is that?
Mayor, Council, or Vice Mayor Gallego, you're absolutely right. That what's issued before you today is the land use decision, not an adjudication of the dispute between private property owners and the rights that they claim that are they're in contradiction to one another.
And should there be litigation after this, we could easily go back and make sure that our decision is in conformance with the court directive, and we could commit to do that in an expeditious manner.
Mayor and Vice Mayor, if there was some resolution to that in the future, your office could certainly request the Planning Commission to initiate a case to revert the zoning. That would be something that we would have to get a Prop 207 waiver from the property owner. There would be my hunch would be that any foreseeable future, that would not take place because they would probably litigate the issue and it would be tied up in courts for a number of years. Without that 207 waiver, we couldn't take away their zoning. But that is something that if it was firmly decided by the courts, we could then initiate and process that request.
We have to move ahead. If in fact there is further litigation on this, no matter what you decide today, if the party who wins the litigation says that we have to meet covenants, conditions, and restrictions, we would not be able to build on that property no matter what you do as it relates to zoning. If the judge again decides that this is not subject to it, then your zoning, if you approve it, would stand. So the private litigation put aside would make that final determination no matter what you said, as long as, if in fact you zone the property. What I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
right? Okay, does it make sense? Okay.
It does.
I think it's what
And-
Mr. Purcell
and
referred
your
to as
legal
this is a-
counsel-
This is a Plan B decision. Plan A will be the result of whatever litigation, but if rezoning is appropriate, his suggestion was that we make an appropriate land use decision tonight, and that will be if the litigation is unsuccessful, but that would be the land use plan in place.
Then it's up to these people to work out, either alone or through litigation, their differences, but you're making a land use decision.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you all for, I'm sorry? Did someone?
So I think Vice Mayor still had the floor, and then I'll turn to other council members after the Vice Mayor.
I was going to make a motion, but if people need to ask maybe one additional question, and then I'll make the motion.
Oh, no, I'm just saying I'm not comfortable right now as to what was suggested, so I know where I'm going.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. We have a very engaged community. One of the things I love about Laveen is that everyone is very passionate. They want a great community. It is a unique and special place, and Councilman Nowakowski and I represent it together and are committed to protecting that and making sure that Laveen continues to be uniquely Laveen. We appreciate the fact that people are here today and involved. It is always good news when people care about their community and want to be involved in decision. It is not good news when we have a community that is divided, and especially it's hard with good friends on both sides. We have heard from people who are vociferously opposed. We have also heard from folks who felt just as deeply and intensely about their support for their item. In terms of people who have contacted our office, who live in the Cotton Fields community, it has been evenly divided, with just a few more in favor than opposed of the residents who live there. Often the residents do speak about the blight and wanting to remove that from the entrance to their community, but others very much, as we heard today, want to keep the status quo or want to try to bring back the driving range. In speaking with the property owner, it did not seem any instance or likelihood that that will happen, and we have looked at golf courses throughout the community. There are golf courses with a similar setup that have succeeded economically. There are also many golf courses in our community, including several in my own district, that are struggling. Several individuals have sent me an article about a golf course, the Raven, that I recently strongly opposed redevelopment of. In that case, the community was, from my perspective, very strongly united in opposing that. In this instance, I have heard from people who live in the community and who I've known for quite a while on both sides. And so makes it a very difficult decision. But in balance, I think that we are trusted with a land use decision about what makes sense for a parcel on a major road at the entrance to Laveen. As the 202 is built, this corridor will become increasingly the major entrance to Laveen, and it's already an incredibly important parcel. So I think it is a responsible decision to go forward with this case, and I'm going to be making a motion in favor of it. I very much appreciate the needs of the community and what people expect to have happen at this case. Should the church, so in this case, they are doing what's called stipulating to a site plan, saying they commit to put the buildings and items where they have set it. And so it would come to a planning hearing officer should that no longer go forward. And I would happily commit in public here today in front of everyone that I would not support a change in the site plan with the church site to other C1 uses. I think this is a good, responsible partner. I've appreciated Crosswalk's commitment to not just their community, but to Laveen in general, and believe they have the best interests of the community. I've met with several board members about their commitment to building the church, one of whom lives in the Cotton Fields community, and so I believe that they will do everything they can to move forward and have a successful project in this area. So with that, I move to approve per the planning director's memo dated October 5th, 2016, and adopt the related ordinance.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on the motion by members of this council?
Mayor,
Councilman.
I can't support the motion at this time because I believe that we need to sit down and work this out. Both sides have great arguments. I think that as a member of the community in Laveen, we work things out. I think that we can sit down and we can work this out. I believe that the church needs a home, and I believe that this might be the perfect spot, but I think that we need to make sure that the residents that live in that surrounding area is in favor of it. I would hate to live in an area where you have a church being built and you have people that are protesting that church and that feel uncomfortable with having that church there. I believe if we sit down and we try to work it out, I think we can come up with some kind of happy medium somehow, some way. And that's why I won't be able to support this at this time.
Thank you, Councilman. Other members of the council, comments or questions on the motion? Councilman DeCiccio, please.
Yeah, Mayor, and this is to the individuals of the church. I think everyone up here would support the church being there. It's everything else that could be going on with this project too. And I don't feel comfortable with it at all. I mean, I've seen the picture before. I've seen what happens. And just from experience, again, I support the church. I support the goals that you're doing. But there's more than just about the church here, so I'm not going to be supporting it either, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman DeCiccio. Other members of the council? Okay, so the motion is in favor and a second. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Nowakowski. Pastor.
No.
Stark.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Yes. Waring. Williams. Gallego.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so the item passes on a 6-3 motion before this city council. All right, so that's all the meeting for the regularly scheduled city council meeting. We have one more citizen comment that I unfortunately had to pass at the beginning. Now would be the appropriate time for that citizen to appear before this council. Chris, what do you join? Is Mr. Paul Nelson available? Did he stay? Mr. Nelson? Let's wait till, there you are. Okay, you have up to 3 minutes to testify for this council. Thank you for your patience.
You have earned your...
Good evening, members of the council, Mayor. I'll make this very brief. I know everybody wants to get home.
They're going home. We ain't. We got a special meeting after this, but go ahead.
The reason why I come before you this evening is to bring up the important matter that in the Royal Palm neighborhood, you're probably all well aware, we've had a recent problem with an individual in one particular case climbing over a fence and doing unthinkable things with little children. It's been brought to my attention as a Block Watch leader to ask this council if we could please work on a plan to close off our alleyways. At the present time, most of the alleyways are only being used for regular trash pickup and bulk trash. They have recycle bins that they use on the front side, so it would just be a matter of putting up some gates and closing them off. And the other issue I'd like to bring to the table is there's a methadone clinic. I don't know if you're aware of it. It's on Northern Avenue, and it's been a very big concern to everybody in the neighborhood as well. We believe that a lot of the traffic that we're seeing in the neighborhood and a lot of the crime in the neighborhood is a result of these individuals that come to get their fix between 4:30 and 8:30 a.m. and then they have the rest of the day to vandalize and break in and do things to our community. So these would be the two issues that I would like to ask if we can find a way to rectify, please.
Thank you very much for your patience and your testimony. Councilman Valenzuela and Councilwoman Stark are aware of both issues, and I think we'll be in contact with you to work on a plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You all have a blessed evening.
Same to you. All right. So we are now going to be adjourned with our regular meeting of the City Council. And then we got a request by 3 members of the council to hear a particular item. I interpreted that as a request for a special meeting pursuant to our city charter. Do we have an agenda for that? Is it up here somewhere?